Chapter 1 I Am Immortal. Zongqingzhe. Western Wilderness Region, Zhongzhou, Baiuezong. Here the clouds and mist are lingering, and the cranes take off. The mountains and beautiful peaks are hidden in the fairy atmosphere. When? The melodious bell rang. Rainbow flying in the sky. The ground crowd rushed towards the Zongmen Square. Crowded. Today is Baiuezong's 3-year mountain worship ceremony. The so-called worship of the mountain means that mortals worship the mountain gate. In short, it is accepting disciples. It stands to reason that on this day, people from all major mountains will go to join in the fun. Look at the rookies of this year. Which younger brother is handsome, which younger sister is beautiful? Is there someone with outstanding talents who worshipped the mountain where he was? King Xuanfeng. A wooden house. Su Yun pushed open the wooden door, facing the morning light, showing a refreshing and charming smile. Reminder, yesterday's practice settlement, double the critical strike reward, increase the cultivation base for 20 years. He opened his hand. Clouds swept across. The purple mist hides in it and blends into the body. Turned into strands of powerful energy. Rumble. The breath is surging. There were faintly exploding thunderclouds in the sky. But soon, he was suppressed by Su Yun. The morning breeze on the mountain peaks, the branches are swaying, the birds and animals are peaceful, everything seems calm and natural. Yes, it's finally a breakthrough. Su Yun smiled slightly. System panel. Host, Su Yun. Qualification, Ordinary. Bloodline, Mortal. Cultivation, Early Transcendent Realm. Gongfa, Gifendao Jing. Absolute Learning, Basic Swordsmanship, Introduction, Wood Cutting, Decheng, Return to Fan Artistic Conception, Consummation. It's been 5 years, it's not easy. Su Yun let out a sigh of emotion. 5 years ago, he came across this fantasy world. I thought I was going to be the protagonist like in a novel. Handsome and qualified. The beauties who go out take the initiative to surrender, and the beasts take the initiative to surrender. With the blessing of endless luck, we will reach the top of the world. However, it is not. Although he is really handsome. But Su Yun didn't expect that in his cultivation, he turned out to be an ordinary mortal. But that's it. 5 years ago, he was accepted by his master and became the only disciple of Qingxian Mountain. In master's words, it doesn't matter what cultivation qualifications are, just good looking. Therefore, Su Yun agreed without hesitation to the beautiful master's proposal of accepting apprentices. Chapter 2. And came to this Qingxian peak. Just when he was about to hug the thighs of the beautiful master to eat soft rice. The system is here. I thought I would rise quickly with the help of the system, and I would be able to penetrate this world in a year. He found out. This is actually a mortal exclusive system. Do ordinary things every day, the cultivation level will be improved. For example, carrying water, chopping wood, fishing, cooking, and walking. That is, occasionally take out the sword to play, dance a few times. According to daily performance, the more you resemble a mortal, the richer the settlement rewards the next day. In the eyes of others, Su Yun did not look like a monk at all. On the contrary, it is no different from ordinary mortals. Join QQ Group 7251222081 to get more new novels. QQ Group 7251222081 for more new novels. Just like this, in the eyes of others, he is a little monk with no big ambitions. Had it not been for his beautiful master, Su Yun would have been expelled from Qingxian Mountain long ago. It's been 5 years. 5 years, do you know how he came here in 5 years? That's right. Just picking water and chopping wood and catching fish every day. Now that we have a system, what are we still practicing? Anyway, even practice is useless. He is just a mortal with mediocre aptitude. Even if he practiced again, Paima couldn't keep up with those geniuses. Unfortunately, this system reward is too shabby. Soo-yoon shook his head helplessly. The system of other people's homes always rewards 8 or 9 profound arts, Taoism, and devil heart. But what about him? There are no awesome exercises. There is only one exclusive to mortal exercises awarded by the original gift package. Returning to the common Taoism, as the name suggests, let life return to the ordinary and comprehend the moral and righteousness. The deeper the understanding of the ordinary, the faster the strength growth. With the crit reward of the system, he is now barely a master of the party. However, the fantasy world is full of crises. No one knows what level your enemy is on. Maybe someone who seems to be weaker than you can kill you with a shot. So, over the past 5 years, except for the things that must go down the mountain, he basically never left King Suanfeng. Forget it, it's enough to have the cultivation base. Soo-yun's mentality is very good. Peerless magic? Invincible moves? As long as the realm is high, what super jerkiness is needed? Let your demon be reborn, let your demon be transformed into a demon. I have a sword, kill all. When the melodious bell rings again. In the sky, a stream of rainbow flew. I saw a disciple of Bai Yuezong wearing Tsing Yi falling. Uncle Su. The man bowed his hands. What's the matter? Soo-yoon raised his eyes slightly, his expression indifferent. His master's seniority is very high, and even with it, it also raises his seniority. When going out on weekdays, most of the disciples of Bai Yuezong had to call his uncle when they saw him. Uncle Master, the head has ordered his disciples to come and inform that the sect worship ceremony has begun. Oh! Soo-yun's eyelids twitched. Only then did I remember that my master also said this 2 years ago. Chapter 3. There are too few people in King Suanfeng's line, and I'm afraid it will be merged into other peaks if this continues. Therefore, the beauty master specially emphasized. 2 years later, that is, this year's Baishan ceremony accepted an apprentice. And I have warned, if she is not there. Soo-yoon helped her accept a disciple. Master has not returned since he went out 2 years ago. Soo-yoon rubbed his temples. Thinking of the beautiful master, I felt helpless again. Just leave without leaving a letter. I see. He nodded. Uncle Master, we now go. Talk about it. Soo-yoon went back to the house, brought his sword, and just went down the mountain step by step. Upon seeing this, the disciple opened his mouth. Uncle Master, at your speed, the ceremony is over when you walk over. But when he saw that Soo-yoon was already on the way down the mountain, he still shook his head and didn't ask more. Anyway, his task has been completed. Immediately, he stepped on Fijian and left. When? The last bell of the ceremony of Baishan rang. With the grassroots in his mouth, Soo-yoon walked into the crowded square with a comfortable expression. P.S. The new book asks for all the data. It's a bit slow in the early stage, but it will quickly enter the rhythm later. In addition, I said that this book is not pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. After more than a dozen shots, the rhythm has been very good, and let go of the realm of cultivation. The cultivation realm from bottom to top, body tempering realm, spiritual realm, condensed vessel realm, open mountain realm, soul palace realm, supernatural power realm, mountain sea realm, transcendent realm, nirvana realm, good fortune realm, lower realm. Chapter 2 Scrap, it's still a woman, this one is good. Second more, please collect flowers. Everyone, today is the day of my Baiuezong worshipping the mountain. Anyone with good character and outstanding qualifications can worship Baiuezong. You have passed the sect examinations a few days ago, and your qualifications, comprehension, and character can all be regarded as dragons and phoenixes among the people. So, in today's ceremonial worship ceremony, the first person on each peak will select people who are suitable for their cultivation in the same vein according to your situation. A middle-aged man stood in front of the Zongmen Hall. With his hands on his back, his breath is like a deep sea. The eyes opened and closed, exuding a breathtaking light, not angry or prestigious, making people afraid to look directly. He is the head of Bai Yuezong, the powerhouse at the pinnacle of supernatural power Lin Tianchen. As a small sect in the western wilderness region, the head of Bai Yuezong's cultivation base is not the one that can't be lowered. It's totally incomparable with those martial arts. Like in the martial arts of the western wasteland, the head of the sect is the transcendent realm of the mountain and sea. One by one, the elders of the supreme beings are in nirvana at every turn. Of course, Bai Yuezong also has his own cards. It's better to say that everyone has it. Only on the bright side, no one will be easily exposed. In a fantasy world, the weak eat the strong. Once people know your whole cards, it's not far from death. So, keep a low profile. Not only people need to be low-key, but the sect also needs to be low-key. At this moment, after Lin Tianchen had finished speaking, his eyes scanned the group of people standing on the square with satisfaction. This is the new force that will join the White Moon sect. Not bad. Overall, it is better than last year. You guys, are you ready? Behind Lin Tianchen, there were 7 people standing. They are the first of the major mountains. If you look closely, there is still a place next to them. Master, I'm ready to wait, it's just. The one who spoke, looked towards the last position. It's just Sister Yukui, it seems that it hasn't arrived yet. Lin Tianchen waved his hand and said indifferently, Junior Sister Yukui has not returned from a trip. Today, she will be replaced by her disciple Suyun. Chapter 4. Suyun. Head, is this appropriate? Lin Tianchen glanced away. On the faces of these first seats, there were expressions that couldn't help but want to laugh. What is appropriate? That's perfect. Suyun came over, a junior, how dare to people from them. If Yukui came over, it would be different. Thinking of the temperament of this junior sister, everyone felt chills. If it doesn't fit, then wait for junior sister Yukui to come back. When everyone listened, they immediately expressed their views. The leader is not allowed, the ceremony of worshipping the mountain cannot be delayed. Yes, yet, junior sister Yukui goes out to practice, so I won't bother her with such trivial matters. It's the same with Master Suyun's nephew. Lin Tianchen smiled inwardly. He naturally knew the thoughts of these first men. So. His eyes fell to the last position, his brows frowned slightly, why hasn't this senior nephew Suyun arrived yet? Words fall. There was a sudden commotion in the square. Let. A lazy voice came. The sound was not loud, but it was very clear in the quiet square. Wow! Who is this person? So hot! And the temperament is great, elegant, and out of dust, it's just a fairy. Is this the senior brother of Bai Yuezong? I love it. What brother? It's senior uncle Suyun. Amidst a crowd of discussions, Suyun stepped across the square unhurriedly and walked to the front of the main hall. Hand over. The expression is neither humble nor overbearing. Disciple Suyun, I have seen the head. Lin Tianchen looked at Suyun with complicated eyes. When Yukui brought him to Bai Yuezong, he was shocked by Suyun when he saw the first side. Feng Shen is handsome and energetic. Duan is really a rare beautiful man. It's a pity that the cultivation qualifications are mediocre. I can't say how bad it is, but it's nothing special. Coupled with Suyun's daily trips to the mountains and waters, he is idle. In his heart, naturally there is no expectation for it. However, King Xuanfeng is in its own line, coupled with Yukui's tough personality. Lin Tianchen didn't say anything. Senior nephew Suyun, let's enter. He nodded gently. Yun calmly walked to a position slightly behind the first seat of the other peaks. This is the rule. Although he is here on behalf of Yukui, in the final analysis, his identity is still a bit worse than these first seats. Also natural. When he can choose the talents, he can only choose the rest. But this didn't care about Yun at all. Accept disciples for the master? He has no interest at all. If it weren't for Yukui's special explanation, Yun would not bother to leave King Xuanfeng. However, King Xuanfeng is just me and master, and suddenly there is one more person, which is uncomfortable. Yun muttered in his heart. Not only that. Just one more person. What if I have an extra flower intestine and hit his master's idea? Therefore, Yun had already figured out an excuse. If this kind of person is really left in the end, I refuse. Procrastination will also be delayed to the next worship ceremony. No one, don't think of hitting his master's idea. Chapter 5. What is a mortal? Are not mortals all LSP? Even XP is not normal, you are ashamed to say that you are a mortal? Therefore, Yun decided to follow his heart. Everyone, let's get started. Lin Tianchen said. Next, rank according to the strength of the major peaks. Bai Yuezong began the process of accepting apprentices. Among these newcomers, the qualifications are also good. Bai Yuezong is also well known in Zhongzhou. The vast expanse of Zhongzhou, naturally many people come to worship the mountain. What? Yun's gaze fell on the last position of those newcomers. A teenage girl. About 15 or 6 years old. The face is exquisite and has outstanding features. The eyes are like autumn water, and the eyebrows are like distant eyes. The green silk is as soft as a waterfall, and the pretty face is as sparkling as jade. What a pretty girl! Yun was amazed. It just lacks a little mature charm. If it were another 3 to 5 years, he might be able to compete with him for the title of the first beauty of the White Moon sect. It just made Yun feel strange. Of those first seats, none of them paid attention to her. Head. Yun asked curiously, who is that girl? She. Lin Tianchen narrowed his eyes for a while, and said with regret, she is Lu Juer, and she is also one of the disciples who passed the assessment this time, but she has mediocre aptitude, which doesn't match her appearance. After speaking, Lin Tianchen glanced at Yun again. Good looking, mediocre aptitude. Isn't there a one? Not to mention, these two people are really a perfect match. Lin Tianchen shook his head secretly in his heart. What a pity, what a pity. Bai Chong has such a nice face. Here, Yun's eyes lit up. Good waist. Still female. Isn't this great? Come on, sister, they have no eyesight, brother loves you. Chapter 3 Lu Juer, look like a great emperor. Third more. After Yun's gaze fell on the girl, he couldn't move away anymore. It's her. However, I was originally the wastewood in the eyes of outsiders. If another piece of wastewood is collected, will others laugh at his master? It doesn't matter, master, her elders have always looked at her face anyway. Yun made up his mind in his heart. Senior nephew Yun. Lin Tianchen looked at his expression. Slightly surprised. You are not going to. Cough cough. Yun coughed lightly. No, I just asked casually. Anyway, the head and the uncles choose first, I'm free. How can a piece of wastewood look good? In this dangerous fantasy world, strength is the kingly way. So, even though Lu Juer looks very beautiful, but still no one used her precious selection quota for her. These disciples in front of them, it's not that every one of them will be selected. Each mountain has a fixed quota for selection. After the selection is completed, the remaining ones will be sent to start with the outer disciples. After all, if a sect wants to survive, both the inner and outer gates must be needed. The inner disciple is strong. Outer disciples generally have poor qualifications, and earn contribution points for cultivation by completing sect missions. Chapter 6. Only when the cultivation reaches a certain level can you be promoted to the outer sect. If he never meets the standard, he will be kicked out by the sect. It's so cruel. So, after selecting disciples from the beginning, each of these newcomers tightened their nerves. In the crowd, Lu Juer was also a little nervous. Oops, are you going to lose the election? Her willow brows furrowed slightly. A trace of displeasure flashed between the eyebrows. My dignified female emperor, will I lose the selection in this kind of small sect selection? As a reincarnated person, Lu Juer didn't like Bai Yuezong at all. There is no way. When she first regained her memory, people were here. Originally, joining the sect means joining the sect. After all, she has no power and no influence. Without cultivation resources, even if you have no practice experience and magical techniques, it is useless. Therefore, Lu Juer plans to join this small sect first. Then go for more than 10 or 20 years, and then come out invincible. Based on the cultivation base of the quasi-emperor in his previous life, to show his talent a little bit, the elder of this small sect, shouldn't he kneel and lick one by one? At that time, there will be a lot of resources for cultivation. Well, start by conquering the lower realm. Wait until the strength is enough, and then kill the upper bound. Take revenge on that guy. However, watching each of his companions being picked out, Lu Juer was a little anxious. If you start with an outer disciple, it won't be fun. Who is she? The Empress of the Misty Palace. Damn, why didn't you choose this palace? Lu Juer was irritable. If she awakened earlier, she wouldn't be able to barely pass the Bayesian assessment. The more you think about it, the more angry. Especially thinking about things in my previous life. Hu Juer, stabilize the Taoist heart, it is rare to live a lifetime again, isn't this the opportunity God's will give you? Don't worry, you are destined to be the protagonist of this life, and there will be countless opportunities waiting for you in the future. Well, Lu Juer, you are a person with the appearance of a great emperor. These guys do not choose you, it is their loss. Lu Juer kept comforting herself in her heart. Sudden, she felt a very hot gaze fall on her. Hey? It's that guy. Lu Juer raised his head. He stared at Suyun from a distance, standing in front of the main hall. She remembered Suyun. After all, when he came here just now, Suyun caused quite a stir. Young master uncle. Lu Juer was disdainful. She could feel that there was no spiritual fluctuation in Suyun's body. Ordinary people. A cultivator with no talent. More mortal than mortal. But he looks pretty handsome. Lu Juer was a little surprised. She had a showdown. Suyun is indeed the handsome man she has seen. Even in the upper bounds, there is no such handsome person. Pity. Mortals are mortals after all. 100 years later, no matter how handsome, he is still a touch of Lois. Chapter 7. What to look at, do you think the house will be able to see you? Lu Juer looked away. But after seeing Suyun, looking at the other people, the elders look shabby. In Baiyuezong, those who can be ranked in the generation of masters and uncles are no small for many years. Even if the cultivation base is high, it can stay in the face. But what can be compared to a handsome guy who is born young and has temperament? I have to say, Suyun stood there. Just like a stream of clear spring in the mountains and forests, a white cloud in the sky, like a holy lotus, silt out but not stained. Vomit. Lu Juer was disgusted by her own thoughts. But I have to admit that Suyun is indeed very charming and very temperamental. It's a pity to be immortal. In the mind of not looking at nothing, Lu Juer shifted his gaze to Suyun again. Hey? This girl is quite bold. Seeing Lu Juer looking at herself, Soo-yoon was also a little surprised. He couldn't see a trace of awe in the other person's eyes. Unlike other newcomers, he is full of anxiety and respect for Bai Yuezong and the following practice life. Even those beautiful emerald-like eyes also had a deepness that did not match their age. This is a girl with a story. If it is placed in a fantasy novel, it must be that the heroine has not run away. Unfortunately, this is not a novel. After all, according to the urinary nature of the novel, crossing must be the hero, right? But in my own situation, is there any stupid author who would write this way? If he is the protagonist, shouldn't he kill the upper realm early and dominate the world? Was thinking about it. Senior nephew Soo-yoon, it's your turn. Lin Tiankin's words awakened him from imagination. His eyes turned. Sure enough, Lu Juer was not selected. Along with her, there are many others who are picked out. If there is no surprise, they will start from the outer disciples. However, there is one last chance right now. When Soo-yoon walked over, everyone looked over with expectation. Among them, there are many better results than Lu Juer. They all hope that Soo-yoon can choose himself. Even if he couldn't become a disciple of other peaks, King Suanfeng would be fine. At least you don't have to start from the outer disciples. You said, who will teacher nephew Soo-yoon choose? A first seat smiled lightly. Which? You don't know the character of junior sister Yukoi. Another person shook her head. She never planned to accept apprentices. This time she was forced to be helpless. Nephew Soo-yoon's. It's an accident to be able to choose one. 2. Amidst a burst of discussion, Soo-yoon walked up to Lu Juer. Then, there was a fascinating smile. Would you like to join me King Suanfeng? P.S. The new book asks for the support of collecting flowers and tickets. In addition, Lu Juer's personality setting is now in the fusion stage, and it will grow slowly later. After Chapter 7, the reasons for the setting are also discussed. In short, don't care, the Empress will definitely grow into a noble existence in the end. Chapter 4 Brothers have bad thoughts about me. Fourth more, please support. Lu Juer looked at Soo-yoon without blinking. Just now. Soo-yoon walked over step by step, like a wild crane in idle clouds. That calm look, that calm temperament, attracted a group of female disciples of the Baiuezong behind to show peachy eyes one by one. Even her heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. Lu Juer, why are you so unpromising? Don't you just look handsome? Can Chue be a meal? Can Chue be a cultivation resource? She was secretly angry in her heart. Immediately, I heard Soo-yoon's soft words. Would you like to enter my Qingxian Peak? Chapter 8. Lu Juer opened his mouth. I haven't spoken yet. Behind him, a group of nuns suddenly shouted. I do. Uncle Soo-yoon, I am willing. Ah, Uncle Soo-yoon is so handsome. This smile is so warm, I love it. Why is it not me who is standing there? Lu Juer's face went dark. Naughty. An elder snorted coldly, what is the style of worship at the ceremony? The elder was angry, and the square was suddenly silent. Lin Tianchen didn't make a statement. After all, he has been used to this situation for so many years. It's not just him. The first of the peaks, one by one, is also very calm. Although, there is still sourness in my heart. Everyone is a man, why? Hey, junior nephew Soo-yoon has inherited the character of junior sister Yukoi perfectly. Indeed, don't pick the best, just pick the best. Is it the best kind to watch? To be honest, I couldn't help choosing that girl just now. Words fall. The other first seats looked at the speaker. Ahem, the leader coughed slightly, nothing else, just because I think this girl might have a big chance, and Feng Ling Juxiao might also have a chance in the future. Who believes this? Is it possible for a girl with mediocre aptitude? Don't talk about Lu Juer. They are the ancestors of the Baidu sect. I don't have that strength either. But having said that, the head, do you really let Master Su Yun choose her? King Xuanfeng can rely on this mountain worship ceremony. According to the rules of the sect, if King Xuanfeng is in the next sect competition, if you still can't get results, you have to. Lin Tianchen said indifferently, do you think that Master Nephew Su Yun can pick someone from other people who can carry the burden of Dabi? This. Really? Less than a year away from the Zongmen Grand Competition. The new disciple has no hope at all. Unless the enchanting aptitude against the sky. But this kind of person has long been selected by them. After realizing that Lin Tianchen had other arrangements, they did not say more. Good. Lu Juer answered in a flat tone. She decided. Although King Xuanfeng has nothing to do with it. But it's better than starting from an outer disciple. Moreover, King Xuanfeng is only Su Yun alone, which is better. In this way, the secret of the reincarnation of her empress will not be easily revealed. When the time comes, just stay on the Qingxian peak for several decades before coming out. In this small lower bound, who else is her opponent? 5 years, up to 5 years. She wants to dominate Baiuezong. Then, up to 50 years. She wants to dominate the lower realm. Humph, little King Xuanfeng, just wait for the light from the palace. And this good-looking mortal brother, I'll take it to the upper realm in the future and use it as a vase. Who is she? The Lord of the Misty Palace. When the time comes, get some baby out to give Su Yun a face. Ensuring this handsome face is enough. That's it. It's so good. Seeing Lu Juer promised, Su Yun smiled slightly. Chapter 9. This smiling face almost made Lu Juer in a daze. She shook her head hurriedly, secretly saying that her current Taoism is still too shallow. Back then, she was the only one who was in a trance. How can anyone stagger her? Senior nephew Su Yun, have you decided? Lin Tianchen asked. Back to the head, the disciple has already decided. Lin Tianchen didn't say anything. Then, who else will you choose next? Each peak has 5 to 10 places. Of course, Lin Tianchen never thought that Su Yun would be able to choose full. Really? Head. Su Yun arched his hands. The disciples follow masters will and only choose one person. So, I won't force it. Next, Lin Tianchen continued to preside over the worship ceremony. Selected or unselected disciples will also participate in the worship ceremony. Subsequently, those selected disciples were taken away by each leader. The remaining ones will be arranged by the elders of the outer door. Su Yun led Lu Juer on the way up the mountain. Juer! He exclaimed in a friendly tone. Our Qingxian peak is different from other peaks, there are not so many rules. Lu Juer glanced at him. Humph, you called Juer too? However, it's nice to have no rules. However, there are a few points you need to remember. Lu Juer pricked up her ears. First, at King Xuanfeng, always listen to the words of the big brother. Second, I must always keep in mind the goodness of the big brother. Thirdly, it's all on your own to practice. Lu Juer felt that he had auditory hallucinations. Well, there is one last point. Su Yun said to himself. Our peak likes the quiet atmosphere, the master likes it, and I like it too. Although the master is not there, you usually remember to guard against arrogance and rashness, be calm and avoid interacting with other peak disciples, understand? Lu Juer twitched his mouth. She felt that her senior was not only lacking in strength, but also lacking in intelligence. You just made it clear that you wanted her to be wrong. What does it mean to just listen to you? Thinking of you well? Forget it, my palace is too lazy to care about you. Lu Juer lacks interest. just interested in Su Yun's words. Master is not there. That's great. This way she can sit back and relax without worrying about being discovered. Anyway, besides her, there is only one ordinary brother on this mountain. What can such a useless brother see? I'm afraid that he can use a magical power at will. The brother doesn't know what it is. Lu Juer thought all the way. Follow Su Yun mountain. Waiting for the top of the mountain, simply scary. There are only 2 wooden houses. That's Master's residence, this is mine. Su Yun pointed to the 2 wooden houses and introduced them. Oh, by the way, it's time to build a room for you, wait a minute. After that, Su Yun picked up the axe on the ground and walked into the woods. No, I'll do it myself. Lu Juer said hurriedly. Although she was a female emperor in her previous life, she also climbed up step by step since she was a child. Chapter 10. Especially in this life, is it not easy to build a wooden house? Of course, the most important thing is that she doesn't want a man to design the place where she lives. It's okay, you are the younger sister, of course the younger brother has to take care of the younger sister. Lu Juer curled his lips. If you don't have the strength, you still love to be strong. Who will take care of whom in the future? Was thinking about it. Hey! Su Yun chopped down with an axe. Lu Juer's eyes widened in an instant. This is artistic conception. P.S. Set a rule for adding more changes, 4 guarantees per day, 3,000 flowers plus 1 change, 300 evaluation votes plus 1 change, 30 monthly tickets plus 1 change, all are free. If you like this book, please vote more and give a reward. Don't force it, after all, you need money, it all depends on your liking, please support. Chapter 5 Brother is just a mortal. 5th more, thanks to QQ_35036747 for your rewards. What is Lu Juer's vision? She was a quasi-emperor in her previous life, a woman with the appearance of a great emperor. How could he fail to see Su Yun's performance at the moment? Although Su Yun swung an axe very ordinary, she could feel a vague and elusive mood from it. It is an unclear artistic conception. The so-called artistic conception is something that appears after a preliminary understanding of a kind of Tao. Such as Kendo. Ordinary swordsmanship only understands ordinary swordsmanship. A powerful sword repairer can condense the moves into a momentum and form a sword force. Above the sword power, you have a preliminary understanding of the sword, and step into the sword intent level, that is the artistic conception. The monks who can comprehend the artistic conception are considered to be geniuses. She naturally comprehended the artistic conception in her previous life and reached a higher level. But who is Su Yun? Isn't it her elder brother? Lu Juer was in a daze, and for a while, she felt a little fascinated. She fell into a wonderful mood. Can be in a blink of an eye. That artistic conception quietly disappeared again. She came back abruptly. I saw Su Yun holding an axe and starting to chop trees one after another. It's no different from ordinary people. Strange, what was that just now? The artistic conception? Impossible? It feels more advanced than the artistic conception I understand. How could it be possible, brother? No, definitely not. Am I wrong? Or is it rebirth? Touch a new artistic conception. Lu Juer's eyes lit up. Yes. It's really possible. He is the rebirth of the quasi-emperor, the existence of the posture of the great emperor. Carrying the destiny of heaven, what's so strange about spying on the artistic conception of Dao Dao after rebirth? Thinking of this, Lu Juer was a little bit happy. Perhaps it was affected by the character after rebirth. She found that her mind was far less stable than before. But, this is also good. Taoism is natural, and everything cannot be forced. Yes, exactly. The more Lu Juer thought about it, the more he felt that in this life, he was destined to become the emperor. And this special mood might be the opportunity for her to become the emperor. As for Su Yun, Lu Juer turned her beautiful eyes. This cheap brother myself is just a mortal with mediocre qualifications. How can it be possible to comprehend the artistic conception of the avenue? Therefore, it was her own reason just now. Thinking about it, a tree crashed down. So fast. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Juer's eyes. Chapter 11. It's pretty slow. Su Yun smiled. Junior sister, please go around first, take a look at our King Xuanfeng. When I have built the wooden house, I will call you, and then I will teach you how to practice. Lu Juer nodded and didn't care. Practice exercises? There are many peerless techniques in her mind. Some can even directly practice and break through the realm of the great emperor. Brother, I'll go and take a look over there. Go, but don't go too far. Our King Xuanfeng past is the Sunset Mountain Range. There are often spirit beasts there. It is not safe. Lu Juer waved his hand to show that he knew it. Leaving here, she walked while sorting out the information in her mind. The memory of her previous life has just awakened, and her head is still a little confused. Well, the most urgent thing is to quench the body first. However, although body tempering is the foundation, it is also a very important step. This is not a phantom palace, there is nothing. Where can I get the body quenching liquid? Otherwise, ask brother. Lu Juer quickly shook his head again. You can't rely on seniors. Brother, a monk with mediocre aptitude, at best, is entering the spiritual realm. Apart from being handsome and temperamental, there are no other advantages. Shui can still let the treasures of heaven and earth come by himself? Lu Juer was a little depressed. Suddenly, a strong fragrance pounced on his face. What? She stopped, looked around, and landed in a medicine garden. Hiss! 5-color Ganoderma Sky Star Vine, Lufeng Fruit, 9 grass. How come there are so many babies? Lu Juer sighed slightly. These treasures of heaven, material, and earth, although they are not precious materials in the upper realm. But it's different when placed in the nether. Even this little Bai Yuezong is very suspicious of her. Does King Xuanfeng have any hidden secrets? She just came to Bai Yuezong and didn't know the specific situation of King Xuanfeng. But before, I heard from those sect disciples that Qingxian Peak was basically going to be merged by other peaks. There is no disciple, not even a master. To accept a disciple, you have to call the disciple over. If it were not for Lu Juer to find a quieter place to practice, she would not have come to King Xuanfeng. These materials are just right to temper my body. Lu Juer beautiful eyes circulating. Let's see. She did not rush to pick it. No need to think about it, these must be planted by the mysterious master. Before I met, I picked up other people's natural treasures, and accidents would inevitably happen. Lu Juer planned to wait for the mysterious master to return, and then reveal her talent a little bit. That mysterious master can't send these heavenly materials and earth treasures personally, begging her to temper her body? No hurry, no hurry. Lu Juer continued to move forward. Hey? Why is there a puddle here? At the back of Qingxian Peak, a quiet pool appeared in front of Lu Juer. The pool is huge, the water is clear, and the bottom is deep. Vaguely, a foreign object swept across the shallow water area, and soon hid in the pool water. Hey Ling Long, I didn't expect this kind of spirit beast to be kept here. It seems that the first seat of King Xuanfeng is very unusual. Lu Juer just sighed, not too surprised. After all, this kind of thing is counted as precious in the lower realm. When she reached the upper bound, she usually didn't even look at it. She is the Empress, the Lord of the Ethereal Palace. He once led the Misty Palace to kill the Demon Gate and throw away his armor. District Bai Yuezong. Chapter 12. King Xuanfeng. Ah! Lu Jur stayed for a while by the water pool. When it was almost time, she turned back along the same path. At this time, Su Yun had already built that simple wooden house. So fast! Lu Juer was surprised. I didn't expect that this beautiful brother myself would also have this kind of craftsmanship. It's a pity not to be a carpenter. Lu Juer slandered a little in his heart. Come here, junior sister Juer, come and take a look at your house, are you satisfied? Hearing this, Lu Juer curled his lips. If it wasn't for Su Yun to be handsome, but also her senior brother in this life, she would have gone crazy a long time ago when she changed to be someone else. You called Juer too? Well, my palace, ahem, I'm very, very satisfied. Lu Juer coughed slightly. Hint, you built a wooden house for Lu Jur, full of the unpretentious care of the brothers and sisters, deepen the understanding of the way of returning to the common world, 5 times the crit reward, and the cultivation base increased by 50 years. Fuck. System, what's going on? Isn't the reward settled once a day? Daily settlement is a basic reward, and the perception of the way of returning to the common world will trigger a special reward. Now that the host's identity has changed, the perception is naturally different. Why not before? Because the host has been on the mountain and has not done anything special. Well, Su Yun recognized it. The destiny is clear, the way of heaven is cycled, and the way of one person can be found in others. For example, Lu Juer. For example, the beautiful master also has my Tao in her body? What's wrong? Lu Juer was slightly puzzled. How could this beautiful brother myself suddenly startled? Didn't you just say my palace by mistake? Used such a fuss? It's okay, no problem. Su Yun waved his hands again and again. The gaze at Lu Juer also became more gentle. P.S. Seeking to collect flowers tickets. Chapter 6 Brother, I'm sorry. First more, please evaluate the collection of flowers. The second day of staying at King Xuanfeng. Lu Juer got up early and started daily practice. Although she did not temper her body, she nourished her body by inhaling spiritual energy, and it also had the effect of tempering her body, but the effect was not obvious. And before entering the spiritual realm, the absorbed aura can only be used to temper the body and strengthen the physique. It's a bit wasteful, but there is no way right now. Lu Juer is still waiting for the mysterious master to come back, and then use the heavenly materials to temper her body. Hey? Brother actually didn't get up yet. Looking at the closed door of Su Yun's side, Lu Juer frowned slightly. Poor aptitude, not working hard yet. That pretty face was really blinded. Hey Ruzai can't be taught. Lu Juer secretly shook his head. Who is she? The Empress of the Misty Palace. Meet more talented people. Even those with poor qualifications have great perseverance, and they can achieve great achievements through hard work and opportunities. On the contrary, it was the first time she saw someone like Su Yun. Originally, the qualifications are mediocre, and I don't know how to work hard. How can I achieve results on the path of cultivation? Brother, meeting my senior sister is also the blessing of your 3 lives cultivation. Lu Juer is not a cold-blooded person. Since this life has become a disciple of King Xuanfeng, he has a relationship with Su Yun. She believes that there is providence in it. With a relationship, there is a fetter. Naturally, it cannot be ignored in the future. Chapter 13. When your cultivation level is improved, please help the senior brother. As for what realm can be reached, it depends on Su Yun's own good fortune. Lu Juer thought secretly. Then she walked to Su Yun's house and knocked on the door. Brother, it's time to get up and practice. Brother, the plan for a day lies in the morning. The way of cultivation is to retreat if you don't advance. Brother, I will hit the door if I don't get up again. Brother. Crunch. Yun yawned and looked at Lu Jui'er at the door with a strange face. What's going on? Can't sleep too late? Xiaonazai, you are too positive, right? Brother, it's time to get up and practice. Lu Jui'er said with a serious face. Then there was another big reason. Yun wanted to laugh. Okay, don't I get up now? Junior sister, if you want to practice, just say it straight. Didn't it mean that brother forgot to tell you the practice last night? Can it be used like this? Yun shook his head secretly. After washing, he didn't immediately teach Lu Jui'er to practice. Instead, they picked up some firewood, and then started cooking with fire under Lu Jui'er dumbfounded. What are you doing, brother? Brother is cooking. He is actually cooking. Dignified monk, I didn't hurry up in the morning to practice, and I was actually starting to cook. You know, morning is the time of the day when the aura is the strongest and cleanest. After a night of precipitation, the dirt remaining in the air was washed by nature. The rest is the essence. Therefore, for a monk, the morning time is too important. There are even sayings of getting up early to drink morning dew and yungzia fruit belly. Brother, you. Lu Jui'er opened his eyes wide and watched Yun washing the rice pot. That series of familiar techniques, for some reason, made her feel distressed inexplicably. Brother, a cultivator, is so proficient in things like making fire and cooking. Alas, what did the brother go through? Oh, I know. Yun reacted. Hey! Lu Jui'er breathed a sigh of relief. You finally know what you should do, right? Humph! Without the reminder of my junior sister, you are really a little conscious. Well, there are more people on the mountain. It's time to put more rice. I almost forgot. Thanks to the younger sister for reminding you. Yun smiled slightly. Look, the nervous look of junior sister. I'm afraid I don't cook her meal. Don't worry, when master was on the mountain, I was in charge of cooking. Her elders liked my meals the most. Lu Jui'er felt that her head was not enough. I'm not reminding you of this. And also, why is this kind of behavior still recognized by master? Isn't it because Baiuezong does not practice to eat in the morning when it is popular? Brother. Lu Jui'er felt that he needed to remind Yun, you can't do this like this, you should go to practice the first thing you say when you wake up in the morning. Yun was a little puzzled. Isn't it the first thing to do when you wake up in the morning? Lu Ju'er's expression stagnated. Then the second thing. The second thing of course is to wash. Chapter 14. Then the third one. Ordinary people should solve the three urgency, right? Ordinary monks can purify their own filth through spiritual energy after reaching the spiritual realm. So lazard or something is not necessary for them. Furthermore, in order to avoid accumulating too many impurities in the body, the monk would choose to use bigu pill instead of the daily meals. As a female emperor in her previous life, Lu Jui'er naturally has a way to avoid this. But other people, if they didn't enter the spiritual realm, they would definitely not be able to do it. Therefore, she heard from Yun's words. Brother actually hasn't reached the spiritual realm yet. Gosh! Brother, how old are you? Do you have it at 20? He didn't even enter the spiritual realm at the age of 20, this. Lu Jui'er couldn't imagine how bad Yun's aptitude was. Normally, a person with ordinary qualifications, under the guidance of the sect, can almost enter the spirit after 3 or 5 years of cultivation. With good qualifications, 1 or 2 years will be enough. For a genius, 1 month will do. After all, the body tempering realm is not strictly speaking a real cultivation realm. As long as you find the right medicinal materials to make the body quenching liquid, the body quenching is successful, and what is left is to slowly polish it with spiritual energy. This process will not take long. But Yun, at least 20 years old. I still need to eat and drink Lazar, and I haven't reached the spirit yet. This. Lu Juer sighed inwardly. Brother, I'm sorry. She said sincerely. Sorry brother. I finally know why you gave up so arrogantly. If it's not that the qualifications are too bad, who would be willing to do this? If it weren't for being frustrated with cultivation, who would give up cultivation? My brother is too ordinary. P.S. The pace of this book may be a little slower in front of this book. Dihua has it, but there are also some pretenses. It will be soon. I don't know how this rhythm is in Filu. I am also writing for the first time. I am in a state of anxiety. I think it's interesting to watch. Brothers, please give some data to support it. If the data is enough, add more. Thanks. Chapter 7 Junior Sister, let me boil water for you and take a bath second more. Reminder, you made a breakfast for Lu Juer. The feelings and affection of the brothers are full, and the understanding of the way of returning to the common world will increase the cultivation base for 10 years. Just after having breakfast, Su-Yun received this prompt. The special reward was triggered, but unfortunately there was no critical strike. Could it be that the food I cooked didn't suit the appetite of the younger sister? After using the system for so long, Su-Yun also figured out some tricks. Special rewards do not always appear. Rather, it is rare to appear once. And basically there will be no repeated rewards. For example, if you get a reward for eating today, it will probably be gone next time. However, these things can make GUI fans' evaluation a little higher in daily settlement. So, what to do or to do? It's like chopping wood, watering flowers, and carrying water. Probably it is a system that integrates into ordinary life, deepens the understanding of the way to return, and then gets rewards. The food must still be unpalatable. Thinking of this, Su-Yun asked, Senior sister, what do you like to eat? Tell your brother, he will cook it for you next time. Lu Juer licked his lips, swallowing the aftertaste remaining between his lips and teeth into his stomach. Oh, it's delicious. She didn't expect Su-Yun's craftsmanship to be so good. However, she didn't want to eat breakfast. She hasn't entered the spirit yet, and eating too many impurities into the body will not be good for future cultivation. Junior sister. What? Brother asked you. Lu Juer reacted. Chapter 15. What do you like to eat? No, no. She shook her head immediately. Brother, I think that as a monk, the most important thing is to cultivate. You can eat and drink and just deal with it. If it wasn't for Su-Yun to be too pitiful, she didn't plan to eat just now. Ah! The unremarkable brother is really distressing. Brother, I will definitely make you a powerful monk worthy of your face in the future. Well, then practice. Su-Yun was amused. This girl, as expected, is still thinking about cultivation. It seems that it's not that his food is not good. It was Lu Juer who was thinking about cultivation in one mind, and there was no time to taste it carefully. Brother, I will teach you the method of cultivation. Lu Juer was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he said with a serious face, Brother, it's not me who cultivated, it's you who cultivated. Hey! Su-Yun was also stunned. What am I practicing? Lu Juer was at a loss. Brother, don't you usually practice? Su-Yun said nonchalantly, what's so good about cultivating? Brother, I can become stronger without cultivating. Lu Juer was worried. When it was over, the brother had already abandoned himself to the point of hallucinations. In her previous life, she had seen too many people who got into trouble because of their failure to cultivate. Because of long-term efforts, they have never been rewarded. Anxious, blood attacked the heart, leading to the loss of cultivation, and finally madness. This is the demons. Those people all imagined that they were the emperor, invincible in the world. But right now, Isn't this a sign of distraction? Okay, you take this. Soo-yoon took out a practice book from Naja. This ring was given by the beautiful master when he started. This is. Lu Juer took a look. Ling Yunju? I have never heard of any exercises. But in a blink of an eye, I saw Soo-yoon with a serious face. Remember that I told you 3 important points yesterday. Lu Juer curled his lips. On the Qingxian Peak, all those who listen to the brother, always think for the brother. Ah, very good. Soo-yoon smiled slightly. This smile made Lu Juer face a red heartbeat. I am annoyed that my concentration after reincarnation is really terrible. However, there is one more important thing. On the Qingxian Peak, it is up to ourselves to practice cultivation. Lu Juer thought that Soo-yoon was just talking about it. After all, it is impossible for any sect to allow a disciple who has just started to practice on his own. Brother, are you serious? Of course, that's how I came here. Soo-yoon's master is very kind to him, but there is only one thing, he can't teach his apprentices. Before Soo-yoon came here, there was only Yukoi in the entire Qingxian Peak. She has never taught anyone. Lu Juer helped her forward. Okay brother, but, when will the master come back? She doesn't care about it. It is better to say that no one teaches. She is a female emperor, on this small Qingxian Peak, who is qualified to guide her in cultivation. Master. Soo-yoon shrugged, I don't know, maybe 3 or 5 days if you are quick. Well, that's still. If it's slow, maybe 30 to 50 years. Lu Juer wanted to hit someone. She is now looking forward to the mysterious master coming back and getting her body quenching fluid. Chapter 16. Can you tell me to come back in 30 or 50 years? In 30 to 50 years, she will be invincible in this lower realm. No. My house. I can't wait that long. Soo-yoon curiously asked, what's the matter? Do you really want to see Master? Don't expect it, Master is a female, and even if she is a male, do you think you can be handsome? I didn't mean that. Lu Juer said helplessly, brother, if the Master is not there, what about my body quenching liquid? I can't do this by myself, right? Oh, so you are worried about this? Soo-yoon gave a faint smile. Say early, come with me. Lu Juer followed Soo-yoon curiously. Immediately, the two arrived at the small medicine garden she had visited yesterday. Then something surprised her. Soo-yoon didn't hesitate to pick out the treasures one by one. Brother, you. Lu Juer was very moved. After all, the sect disciple picked off Master's treasure without permission. This is going to be punished heavily. Senior brother, don't pick it. If you wait for the Master to come back, you will be miserable. Soo-yoon looked back and smiled. It's okay, Master, and her elders won't care about this. In fact, Yukoi used the medicinal materials here to temper his body. Later, Yukoi went out for something, so he went to the mountains to find some medicinal materials to plant here. In other words, what Soo-yoon dug was the ones he planted himself. Even if Yukoi came back, she wouldn't say anything. But Lu Juer didn't know. She only felt that it was really nice to have seniors like Soo-yoon. Brother, don't worry, when I become stronger, I will protect you. Even the Master can't do anything to you. Was thinking about it. Well, these are enough. Soo-yoon held a lot of heavenly materials and earth treasures in his hands. Junior sister, let me boil water and give you a bath. P.S. The new book seeks collection, flowers, evaluation, and everything. Say something. The writing of this book is something I haven't tried. At the beginning, I didn't have that kind of pretending and slapped face. Maybe it's different from most of Philo's books, and it's also different from what I wrote before, so I feel pretty in my heart. Apprehensive. I even saw someone commenting on Lu Juer's character that the Empress is what it is. I actually had expected it a long time ago, so I wrote in the book that the character will be affected by the rebirth. I don't know if you have seen it. The reason for this setting is mainly because of the style of the book. I want to write a little bit lighter, just look cool. There are also pretends behind, and then there are other girls, such as the beautiful master who did not appear, other junior sisters and many more. In addition, Lu Juer was not always like this. He had just reincarnated and merged and was affected by his personality. The heroine of this book, everyone has their own personality. Instead of a philo signature high cold saint or something, I will try to write the characteristics of each girl to make the characters alive. The protagonist is immortal. His juniors, as well as the master, are all writers with special talents. To a certain extent, this book can be regarded as a soft meal, but the protagonist is very strong, but it is supported. This does not conflict, does it? In addition, the protagonist rarely makes a move, but every time he makes a move, it must be earth-shattering. And the protagonist doesn't pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. I never thought about writing this. It's just because of the protagonist's cultivation way. The pace of the start was a bit slow. If it weren't for everyone to vote for some flowers and the collection was pretty good, I wouldn't have much confidence. After all, this is also an attempt. I don't know if you like it. In short, if you have any opinions, you can talk about it in the comment area. I will read it, and I hope to discuss it calmly. I also like this book and hope to support it. Every day 4 is more guaranteed, and it is full of 2,000 words, which is much better than 1,500 in many books. Then there are 3,000 flowers plus more, 300 reviews plus more, 30 monthly tickets plus more. Please come to comment on the price, it looks so pitiful, woo. Thank you brothers. P.S. The rhythm will be pulled up later, you can pretend to be anything, please be patient and watch it. Chapter 8 What is Vanity? Third more. There was a lot of heat in the barrel. Soo-yoon smashed the medicinal materials and put them in. The properties of these medicinal materials will not conflict, so there is no need to worry about the impact on Lu Juer. The medicinal materials melted into the water, and a strong medicinal fragrance was immediately emitted. Junior sister, you can take it off. While stirring with a stick, he said to Lu Juer who was standing next to the wooden barrel. Brother. Lu Juer twitched his mouth. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Even if it is a 3-year-old child, this palace will not allow a man to take a shower. Senior brother, go out first, and I will do the rest. Chapter 17. Who knows, Soo-yoon said righteously, junior sister, you have not entered into cultivation without authorization, and the master is not there, I have to guard you, otherwise, what should I do if something happens? Lu Juer couldn't laugh or cry. Senior brother, having said that, but whether men and women give or receive kisses, you don't even know this sentence, do you? How can I say that? Soo-yoon waved his hand indifferently. Senior brother cares about his younger sister. Isn't it justified? Just like a brother caring about his sister, how can it be measured by secular prejudice? Lu Juer was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for Soo-yoon's eager look, she almost believed Soo-yoon's nonsense. But this is also human nature. After all, brother is just an ordinary person. Mortals are so astringent, too normal. Okay, brother, you can go out. Lu Juer said lightly, rest assured, my palace, you can't imagine the things I have experienced. It's hard to beat me just because I've been so hardened. Oh. Soo-yoon said, pity in his heart. Why can't it be fooled? Isn't that all written in those novels? The handsome brother fudged casually, those girls were obedient as if they had no brains. How come this is not easy for him? Forget it. Soo-yoon shook his head secretly and walked out. Well, if you feel uncomfortable, junior sister, you should shout vigorously, "Senior brother, I'm outside, and I'll be there on call." Lu Juer snorted and almost couldn't help it. This brother, his mind is really simple. However, isn't this tangible aspect the root of human beings? Compared with those who are pursuing longevity in the realm of eternity. On the contrary, Lu Juer felt that Soo-yun was kinder like this. More humane. Probably, only ordinary people can truly be called humans. Lu Juer stood by the barrel, thinking thoughtfully. She felt that she seemed to have touched some ethereal avenue in the dark. It's a pity, it's not easy to be an ordinary LSP. Outside the house, Soo-yun held the grassroots and looked at the horizon with far-reaching eyes. In fact, he just talked casually, making a joke casually. As a gentleman, how could it be possible to watch the younger sister bathe? It's just a joke, no harm. When he was living with a beautiful master, he often made this kind of joke. "Master, when will you come back?" Soo-yun murmured. "Came into this world, unaccompanied, master is his only relative." "Master, do you know? Our King Suanfeng line has an additional junior sister. This girl has a personality, she is strong and serious. It's just that occasionally, I actually call myself my own palace. It turns out that there are also secondary schools in another world. Master, if you have anything to do, just edit a copy of the book. Although the disciple is weak, he will do my best." Soo-yun sat under a wooden chair, looking at the horizon. It's like a person who is waiting, with deep thoughts for those who are far away. At this moment, a faint Taoist rhyme faintly rose from his body. The realm of Giffen Taoism is also slowly improving. What is Fan? Experience the suffering in the world and taste the various states of life? No, these are all part of it. Work at sunrise, and rest after the day. It's just an experience in life. Mortals are difficult to define. Ordinary life is mundane. Ordinary love is nothing. Ordinary affection, love, and friendship are also common. Anxious emotions are common, as are angry emotions. Desire is mortal, and true, good, and evil are also mortal. The way to return to the common world seems simple and unpretentious, but in reality it is vast and unpredictable. Soo-yun's waiting is also a kind of ordinary. He was waiting for the person he missed in his heart. Naturally, he also had an understanding of the way to return to the common world. Chapter 18. Sudden. Hint, you help Lu Juer to temper his body successfully. As a senior, you should care about the growth of the younger sister. This is what a brother is. You will receive 5 times the crit reward and increase your cultivation base by 50 years. Hey! Soo-yun let out a spit of breath lightly. The spiritual energy in the body, as the cultivation base has grown, has also grown a lot. After the transcendent realm, the level of cultivation required for each small realm to be improved greatly increases. However, as the realm of Giffen Daijing improves, the cultivation base rewarded each time also increases, which is a good thing. When the system was first activated, each time the reward was only 1 year or a few years of cultivation. It wasn't until he gradually got used to ordinary life and improved his understanding of Giffen Taoism that the rewards increased. By now, his Giffen Taoist Sutra has been cultivated to the 7th level. The understanding of Fan far exceeds that of ordinary people. Therefore, things that are incomprehensible in the eyes of others. It just happens to be the place where others don't understand. Strange, why didn't the junior sister come out yet? After receiving the system prompt, the wooden house Lu Juer was in was still closed. He didn't worry about Lu Juer having a problem. Couldn't this girl know how to swim and choked water in it? Well, or maybe the clothes are too far away, so I'm afraid that I'll take a peek. Soo-yun touched his chin, thinking seemingly meaningless. After thinking about it, he was still sitting on the wooden chair, and the old looked at the horizon comfortably. Almost an hour passed. Suddenly there was a clear aura fluctuation in the wooden house. What? Soo-yoon stood up and walked to the wooden house. Just about to knock on the door to ask, only a creak was heard and the door opened. The skin dampened with water shined brightly, and the pretty face became more and more beautiful. The wet hair was still stained with water, and it was jet black and shiny. The bright eyes are shining and moving, like autumn water, shining brightly. What a landscape of hibiscus on the water! Seeing such a beautiful Loo Ju-er, Soo-yoon felt extremely regretful. Pity! What a pity! Why didn't I just take a look? Was thinking about it. Loo Ju-er said suddenly, "Brother, let the younger sister protect you from now on." P.S. Number 3, ask for the evaluation votes of the collection of flowers. Chapter 9 The Posture of the Emperor, One Step into the Spirit. Fourth more. Loo Ju-er said these words, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Because she has entered the spirit. That's right. After tempering those precious heaven, material, and earth treasures, she not only successfully tempered her body, but also directly stepped into the spiritual realm. What is the great emperor? That is a powerful existence that has mastered a trace of the avenue. Tearing the sky and trampling the stars is no problem. Reincarnation and rebirth, there is no doubt that Loo Ju-er has the posture of a great emperor. Moreover, she bears the destiny, and has more potential than the average person with the posture of a great emperor. How long does it take for such a person to step into the spiritual realm? One day? Need not. From the beginning of body tempering to the end of cultivation. Counting it down is less than 3 hours. This is Loo Ju-er's aptitude. Of course, those treasures of heaven, material, and earth also provided her with great help. Without the aura provided by those medicinal materials, she would never be promoted. But ordinary people can't absorb it either. You know that Soo-yoon used the same medicinal material to quench the body at the beginning, but after the body quenching is over. Soo-yoon didn't know what was going on at the beginning. Anyway, his beautiful master looked straight and shook his head. Disciple, in the future you will still stay on the mountain honestly and ask for help from your teacher if you are undecided. Chapter 19. From now on, I will protect you as a teacher. He still remembered what the beautiful master said at the beginning. And now, the younger sister who had just taken in, also said this. For a while, Soo-yoon was very moved. Thanks, brother is very touched that you can have this kind of heart. He rubbed Loo Ju-er's head and said with a smile. Look. What is a brother and sister? This is the love of brothers and sisters. Loo Ju-er used a secret method to hide his cultivation level, so he couldn't see it. Just as an ordinary person who has just tempered the body and succeeded. The remarks just now were also entirely out of brother and sister expressions. So Soo-yoon was really moved. You. Loo Ju-er was taken aback by Soo-yoon's actions. She didn't expect that Soo-yoon would suddenly move her hands and feet. Subconsciously, he put his hands on his chest, took a few steps back, and looked at Soo-yoon vigilantly. Brother, what are you doing? This elder brother won't be beastly, right? Loo Ju-er was confident about her appearance. Coupled with that special temperament after awakening the memory. And just came out of the shower. It's normal for the ordinary brothers to be unstable and unable to hold them. Ah! Really poor brother. Can actually be confused by the female. That mysterious master is also true. Isn't the senior brother just a bit poor in aptitude? Actually just let it go. Loo Ju-er felt that no matter how poor a person's aptitude is, as long as he reaches the threshold of cultivation, he can always achieve certain achievements. The key is whether he is willing to work hard. At the beginning of cultivation, it's definitely not enough to rely on oneself. Otherwise, what do you want master to do? Loo Ju-er felt that the reason why Soo-yoon got mixed up like this was largely due to the irresponsible master. Thinking of this, Loo Ju-er immediately said, Brother, although you have a mediocre understanding, Don't let yourself fall. Don't worry, even if the master doesn't care about you and I am here, you will definitely train you to become an outstanding monk. Soo-yoon was wondering what Lu Juer did just now. Suddenly, there was such an inexplicable sentence again. Stop talking about brother, let's go to practice. Lu Juer took the dazed Soo-yoon and walked out. Come on, brother, show me your most proud move. Is it necessary? Brother, obedient. Seeing Lu Juer's serious look, Soo-yoon shook his head helplessly, and could only do what she said. However, he didn't have any complacent moves. In addition to chopping wood, he also has a basic swordsmanship. So he played it again. Lu Juer's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Is this basic swordsmanship? What is the basis? In all swordsmanship, those basic moves recognized by everyone. It is not a unique school of knowledge, but something that almost everyone can learn. Brother is actually using basic swordsmanship to demonstrate? Did I not make it clear just now? Lu Juer twitched his mouth. Brother, I will let you use the magical powers of Baiuezong, do you have it? Soo-yoon shrugged. No, I haven't learned Baiuezong's other moves, and the master hasn't taught me this. Lu Juer was silent for a moment. The eyes that looked at Soo-yoon were full of sympathy and distress. Chapter 20. This is her brother. This is her who is carrying the destiny and possessing the posture of the great emperor, the brother in this life. A unique skill, there is only one set of basic swordsmanship? And it's just the basic swordsmanship of Xiao Kengjing. God, how can it be so unfair? At this moment, Lu Juer had an extremely bad impression of the master who had never met. What kind of person is this, so irresponsible? After all, as a monk, there should always be one or two proud tricks to save your life, right? She planned to choose a set of awesome exercises from her memory and give it to Soo-yoon. However, Soo-yoon's basic swordsmanship is so weak right now. It is difficult to learn other advanced swordsmanship. Brother, I will teach you. Follow me to practice, the basic swordsmanship is very simple. This is not. Hint, deepen the interaction between the brothers and sisters in the same school, which is beneficial to the understanding of the way to the world. When the words came to my lips, I heard the system prompt. Soo-yoon immediately said solemnly, Junior sister, then I beg you. Do you still want to teach basic swordsmanship? Who cares? It doesn't matter what the reward is, the main reason is to promote the feelings between the brothers and sisters. Lu Juer smiled relievedly. It seems that it's not that the brother didn't work hard, but that no one taught him. Don't worry, brother, given time, I will definitely make you the most powerful disciple of the White Moon sect. On Qingxian Peak, the two figures merged into Xiyu Feng. At the same time, inside the Baiuezong Hall, Lin Tianchen waved his hand, the light flashed, and a jade charm appeared in his hand. Hey? News from junior sister Yukui. With doubts on his face, Lin Tianchen probed his spirit into the jade talisman. Soon, his face became weird. Junior sister, is this a change? She actually took a disciple back in person. Forget it, let her toss. P.S. New book, ask for flowers evaluation votes, ask for everything. Chapter 10 Enlightenment the Great, Pursuing Longevity Plus. On the Qingxian Peak. Lu Juer took a bath after practicing the sword and just changed clothes and came out. Look around, trying to find Soo-yoon's figure. Strange, where did brother go? Thinking of the afternoon experience, Lu Juer felt helpless. Brother's qualifications are too general. Learned a basic swordsmanship, and still didn't make much progress under her guidance. In fact, what can be taught in basic swordsmanship? Lu Juer also felt that there was nothing to teach. This kind of thing, the key depends on oneself. The moves are there, just follow them. As long as it is not congenital body defects or brain problems, it is basically possible to achieve the level of practice makes perfect. Of course, it is better to have expert guidance and hand-in-hand teaching. It's a pity that Soo-yoon is indeed mediocre in cultivation. But the basic swordsmanship teachings were beyond teaching, and Soo-yoon couldn't understand those profound things. Even if she was reincarnated as a female emperor, there was nothing she could do for the time being. Otherwise, wait for your strength to improve and improve your senior's physique. Lu Juer thought silently. He saw Soo-yoon walking from a distance with some farm tools in his hand. Hey? Junior sister, have you finished the bath? I'll cook later. Brother, where have you been? Lu Juer was quite curious. Looking at Soo-yoon's mud, it was more like a rural farmer resting at sunset. I have to say that Soo-yoon at this time has a very peculiar temperament. When he put on the costume of Bai Yuezong, he looked like a monk who was floating out of dust. But now he changed into simple clothes and held farm tools, yet he looked like a farmer. Chapter 21. And there is no sense of violation at all. This is what surprised Lu Juer the most. You know, no matter what occupation, as long as you do it for a long time, you will naturally develop a temperament that distinguishes others. For example, the scholar, the elegant and easygoing temperament of his body can be seen at a glance. Jiangziu is brave and bold and magnanimous. As for Soo-yoon, to be honest, Lu Juer couldn't see through. A monk, a farmer, a fellow. Put on a outfit and act whoever is. What kind of person is brother? Lu Juer was a little curious. Soo-yoon smiled heartily. I just dug a sink to raise some fish, so I can eat it whenever I want to. Dig, the sink? Lu Juer suspected that he had heard it wrong. She was a little speechless. Brother, didn't I let you practice more swordsmanship? Oh, that stuff, I'm practicing. In fact, Soo-yoon was very depressed. My junior sister is really strange in temperament. Do you think that basic swordsmanship can be taught? He didn't learn anything anyway. Of course, Soo-yoon didn't expect Lu Juer, a young cultivator, to teach him anything. He taught Lu Juer to teach. But let's not say that Lu Juer has some foundation. Presumably he had practiced before joining Bai Yuezong, and he was more powerful than him in playing swords. Thinking of this, Soo-yoon was a bit shocked. I am a senior at any rate, and his swordsmanship is not as good as a junior sister. How embarrassing to say this. Fortunately, his way of returning to the common world has been accomplished, and his mentality is stable. Otherwise, Lu Juer would vomit blood out of anger in 80% of the guys who were stronger. Senior sister. Seeing what Lu Juer wanted to say, Soo-yoon immediately rushed and said, it's not that senior brother said you, our King Suan Feng line, we always rely on our own practice, senior brother, I also come here. Now that the respected master is not there, I can't teach you anything, brother, you have to learn and practice, tell the brother, turn back, brother, I will go to the respected master's room to find out what I have left in this regard. Master, the room? Is this something to be done as a disciple? The corners of Lu Juer's mouth twitched slightly. I don't need it anymore. She shook her head faintly, brother, I have had my own opportunities since I was a child, and I don't need to learn Bai Yuezong. Oh. Soo-yoon's eyelids twitched. Could this be the legendary heroine? There is the posture of a sinking fish and a wild goose, and the appearance of a closed moon and a shameful flower. No, I'm a junior, so poorly qualified, the heroine? Nonsense. Soo-yoon shook his head secretly. According to the urinary nature of general novels, which heroine must not be the saint of any pavilion, or the palace owner of any palace? The cultivation base is astonishing, the appearance is amazing, and the most important thing is the cold temperament, which is only special for the male protagonist. Of course, it's hard to say that this is a counterattack with waste wood. Brother, don't believe it. Believe, I believe everything that junior sister said. Believe it or not, it's meaningless to say it. Bragging cowhide and real cowhide are just one word apart, and it depends on what happens in the future. He smiled slightly. Okay, brother, I will clean it and cook for you. Lu Juer opened his mouth and wanted to refuse, but when he thought of Sir Yun's craftsmanship, he couldn't help smacking his lips. Seeing Sir Yun leaving, Lu Juer was annoyed by himself. Juer, where has the calmness of your empress go? Lu Juer secretly decided to raise her cultivation level as soon as possible. In the evening, Lu Juer was annoyed while eating Sir Yun's dinner. With the tangled look on his face, Sir Yun once thought that his craft had fallen. The next day, Sir Yun began to play his own fish pond. Lu Juer practiced for a while, then came over to watch. Brother, are you really planning to raise fish? You don't like to eat. Like is like, but... Chapter 22. In fact, I really want to say that it is better for monks to eat less whole grains. But there is no way, Sir Yun's cooking skills are so good. That's all right. Sir Yun smiled, you can eat as you like. When the master comes back, we will eat together. Maybe we will come to King Xuanfeng some more disciples in the future, are they also good fortune? Lu Juer curled his lips. On this broken hill, will anyone with a dull head join it? But brother, compared to these, my generation cultivators should focus on cultivation, right? Lu Juer decided to give reason to this senior brother. Poor qualifications are not terrible, the key is to work hard. You can't always rely on temperament. Then junior sister, what are you practicing? Zhendao the Great, and then pursue longevity. Then I ask you, what is the existence of the great emperor? What is the realm of longevity? Lu Juer's tone was stagnant. Her previous life cultivation was only a half step, and she couldn't answer this kind of question at all. Let me ask you again, what is the pursuit of longevity? Lu Juer pondered slightly. She never thought about it. In other words, she didn't dare to think about it. After all, even in the great emperor realm, it was already the limit she could imagine. So, it's a good thing to have a goal, but before that, you have to at least figure out why you want to do it. Lu Juer was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, a senior fellow with mediocre aptitude would have this kind of sentiment. It seems that brother is not as useless as others said. Then brother, what's your reason for doing this? Me. Sir Yun said with a light smile, I just enjoy the moment and be an ordinary person. While talking, the work at hand is not slow at all. The sink was cleaned, the water was changed, and some water plants were added. Soon, those fat fish were dumped in by Sir Yun. After doing this, sprinkle a little more fodder. Looking at this skillful movement and the faint smile on Sir Yun's face, Lu Juer seemed to feel something. In this life, there is only a drop in the ocean, whether it is a mortal or a saint, just like a fish in this water, being imprisoned in the water forever. Zhendao the Great, pursues longevity. I just want to take a look at the scenery beyond the water. Lu Juer's thoughts suddenly fell into a burst of etherealness. Rumble. In the sky, I don't know when a thick black cloud condenses. In the dark clouds, there are flashes of terrifying thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning hovered on Qingxian Peak. At this moment, all the disciples of Bai Yuezong looked over here one after another. P.S. Thank you for your reward, the new book asks for everything. Chapter 11 1 Axe Smashing Thunder. First more. Practice one way, go against the sky. When the strength reaches a certain level, if you want to break through again, you must withstand the test of the sky thunder. For example, in the Great Emperor realm, this is not just a matter of reaching the level of cultivation. It also needs the recognition of the Dao of Heaven, and has withstood the test of the Dao of Heaven, before we can prove the Dao Emperor. Only those who have succeeded in preaching can be called the emperor and control a trace of heaven. Lu Juer was reincarnated with the destiny of her life, and she was in the posture of a great emperor. It can be said that as long as her cultivation base rises, the realm will naturally follow. Before Emperor Zun, there was no bottleneck in her cultivation. But this is only the realm of cultivation. In the process of cultivation, in addition to the cultivation base, the state of mind is also extremely important. Reincarnation and rebirth, Lu Juer's mood has not fully recovered to its previous state. But even so, how much impact will a breakthrough have? At this moment, Lu Juer only had the cultivation base to enter the spiritual realm, but he still attracted heaven's punishment. This heavenly punishment was condensed on Qingxian Peak, suppressing the surrounding space as if it were about to collapse. The mighty sky. Ordinary people couldn't even stand firmly in front of this heavenly might. Rumble. Tianli is still condensing. Within Baiuezong's scope, hundreds of miles around were shrouded by a dark cloud. Chapter 23. Among them, the sky above Qingxian Peak is the most intense and terrifying. The boundless layer of thunder fell from the depths of the sky, like an abyss, dark, silent, and frightening. After the silence, there was another outbreak of terror. With the flash of thunder and lightning, the sound of explosions continued to come. Fuck! What's the situation? Is this thunder and rain? Nima, have you ever seen such a terrifying thunderstorm? How do I feel like God's punishment? Oh my God, what is going on? Could it be that one of our ancestors in Baiuezong has succeeded in proving the Dao? Above the Baiuezong Hall, Lin Tianchen looked at the direction where the sky thunder converged with a solemn expression on his face. Beside him, is the first from the peaks of Baiuezong. At this time, everyone's complexion changed, even a little pale, obviously shocked by this sky thunder. What's going on? A leader said in disbelief, how could heaven's punishment appear on our Baiu sect? Before that, they were very confident. Heavenly punishment will never appear in the White Moon sect. Why? Because Baiuezong is not qualified. According to the legend, if you want to induce heaven's punishment to come, at least it is also the cultivation base of nirvana. Assault the nirvana realm, resist the punishment of heaven with one's own strength, and rebirth nirvana. But Baiuezong doesn't have a powerhouse of this kind. That direction seems to belong to King Xuanfeng. Lin Tianken's expression changed. Could it be that junior sister Yukui is back? It suddenly occurred to him that if anyone could provoke heaven's punishment, there would be only that talented junior sister. Impossible, even junior sister Yukui, it is impossible to achieve this step, right? And if it's junior sister Yukui, how could she be so reckless? Sister Yukui has been reckless less often. I mean, considering the safety of the sect, junior sister Yukui will definitely not do this kind of thing. Let's take a look. The first crowd is ready to move. Lin Tianchen stopped immediately. No, this kind of heavenly punishment, with our cultivation base, if it is affected, it will undoubtedly die. Damn, system, what's going on? Inspired by Tianli, the host's junior sister is the posture of the great emperor. Su Yun was a little dazed for a while. System, I read less, don't lie to me. A disciple who didn't choose any other peaks, did you tell me that I have the appearance of a great emperor? It's not like that for joking, right? Call. Su Yun shook his head secretly. In any case, the top priority is to stop this heavenly punishment. Regardless of Lu Juer's appearance, with her current cultivation base, she was chopped down by the sky thunder, and there was absolutely no scum left. It seems that it's time to move your muscles and bones. Su Yun's eyes returned to calm. At this moment, the aura on his body, with the help of Giffen Dao Jing, did its best to converge. At first glance, it looks like a mortal. The axe piled in the pyre, dragged with the aura, fell on his hand. Holding the axe handle, Su-yun looked up at the sky. In the eyes, there is no fear. Some are just a hint of helplessness. Is the posture of the emperor really so terrifying? Junior sister, isn't this the chance you said? Su-yun shook his head secretly. But soon, everything was calm. The mind is calm, as solid as a rock. Boom! Thunder surging. There was a huge explosion, but Lu Juer couldn't wake up in a state of epiphany. Su-yun knew that this moment was the critical moment for Lu Juer to change. Chapter 24. So he no longer hesitated, and his figure jumped into the air. Holding an axe standing above the void, facing the sky thunder far away. Look! There is a figure there. Gosh, it's really a human being, what does he want to do? No one really can fight such a terrifying sky thunder, right? Can you see who it is? I can't see clearly, it's too far, but it must be a great power. The disciples of Bai Yuezong were crazy. Even the elders were dumbfounded. Lin Tianchen looked at the figure standing in the sky, his pupils shrank sharply. This person must be in existence beyond the boundary of mountains and seas. Transcendent? Or nirvana? Not junior sister Yukui. A leader behind him said. Why do these characters appear in my Bai Yuezong? Is it a coincidence? Rumble. Thunder exploded. At this moment, everyone held their breath and looked at the back. In a trance, a feeling suddenly rose in everyone's hearts. This back figure is as simple and unpretentious as a mortal. But in a blink of an eye, it looked like a giant, comparable to a god. Finally, this figure raised the axe in his hand. Collided with that terrifying sky thunder. Boom! The horrible energy swayed around, causing a ripple in the space. The energy spreading in the sky seemed to annihilate everything. Just looking at it made all the disciples of Bai Yuezong despair. What a showdown of power is this? Everyone's eyes gathered at the center of the explosion. I saw thunder in the sky, thunder and lightning beating. And that figure, after an axe slashed it away, had already stopped. The axe-mang smashed the thunder and lightning, smashed the thundercloud, and then cast off unabated, surging on the black cloud, piercing the black cloud layer by layer. Block it! Someone swallowed and said. It's more than blocking it, and an axe smashes the punishment away. Who is this person? Such doubts poured out of everyone in Bai Yuezong. P.S. Please support the new book, and don't forget to vote for the free flower tickets every day, please ask for everything. Wasn't Chapter 12 just a thunder? Second more, ask for everything. King Xuan Feng. Lu Juer woke up from his epiphany. Then his face changed. Not good. Her mind broke through. However, he also realized what consequences his breakthrough would bring to Bai Yuezong. Curse! Horrible day! What? Lu Juer raised his head, his expression stagnated. In the sky, one can still vaguely feel a destructive force slowly dissipating. Where's God's punishment? How did it break up? Oh? Junior sister Juer, you are awake. Hearing the sound, Lu Juer looked around. I saw Su-yun sitting on a wooden chair leisurely chopping firewood. The whole person didn't look abnormal at all, no one would have thought that he was the person who had just split the sky thunder apart. Brother, here just now. Oh, the sky suddenly thundered inexplicably just now. Su-yun said nonchalantly, that aura, tut it's scary, brother, this is the first time in my life to see such a terrifying thunder. Thunder? Lu Juer couldn't laugh or cry. It was the first time that she saw someone who took the punishment as thunder. Chapter 25. However, Lu Juer was relieved when he thought of Su-yun's realm. How could a person who didn't even enter the spiritual realm understand the punishment of heaven? Brother, that's not thunder, it's sky thunder. What happened then? Lu Juer was curious about how Tian Li didn't cut it down. Later, I thought it was too noisy, so I chopped it. Lu Juer slowly cast a question mark on his head. Brother, that's a natural punishment. She couldn't help but said, with your cultivation base, if you touch it, it will turn into ashes. It's only God's punishment, is it terrible? Lu Juer helped her forward. Seeing Su Yun's nonchalant appearance, she didn't bother to continue asking. It seems that it should be a hidden great figure in the White Moon sect. And many more. Is it a mysterious master? Lu Juer frowned slightly. After all, if it was someone else in the White Moon sect, they would definitely come to find out. But right now, it was calm. It can only be explained that the person who dispelled the punishment may have known her a long time ago. Or, the other party didn't expect this scene to be caused by her? Lu Juer was not sure. Brother, did the master really go out? Is this still false? Su Yun shook his head helplessly. Otherwise, why do you think I went to this year's ceremony of worship? Well. Lu Juer looked around. Suddenly, I felt that this little King Xuanfeng was full of mystery everywhere. Alas, the strength is still too low. She is a dignified empress. Brother, starting from today, I will be in retreat for a period of time. After her mood improved, Lu Juer also had a new understanding of the way of Zhendao the Great. Simply, take advantage of this time to improve your strength. Get a good sense of the changes after reincarnation. Retreat? Su Yun smiled faintly. I said, on Qingxian Peak, practice on your own. Do whatever you want. Brother supports you. By the way, how long will you probably stay in seclusion? At least half a month, as long as 2 or 3 months. Okay. Su Yun took out a dozen bottles from Nag, you use these. These are. They are all the pills that the master gave me before, and I can't use them either. It may be that Yukui herself knows that she is often away from home, and she is not good at teaching apprentices. He simply lost dozens of bottles of pills to Su Yun for his own cultivation. But Su Yun didn't need it either. With his physical aptitude, no matter how much pill he uses, the effect will be the same. It's not as good as the system's one-day repair base reward. Guiling pill, Bigu pill, Giwen pill. Lu Juer looked over a bottle of pills. They were all gadgets, she wouldn't even look at them in a previous life. But the conditions are limited right now, and these pills are considered a lot of wealth in the entire White Moon sect. Brother, you should keep these for yourself. Senior brother can't use it. Su Yun smiled slightly, since you have a great chance, you must need these more than me. From now on, King Xuanfeng will rely on you to revitalize. Lu Juer was moved. In Su Yun's situation, she could actually come up with so many pills for her to use. Lu Juer suddenly felt that perhaps she was born again and came to this King Xuanfeng, perhaps it was determined by the will of heaven. Brother, this kind of kindness will surely be repaid 10 times, 100 times in the future. Lu Juer accepted the pill and went back to the house to retreat. Not long after I left, a few Liuheng flew down from the sky. It was Lin Tianchen and several people. Meet the head. Su Yun put down his axe and got up and said, I wonder if the head is coming with you first, what's the matter? Lin Tianchen looked around curiously. Chapter 26. Major Nephew Su Yun, where is your master? Su Yun questioned, didn't the master go out? You should also know the head. No, I mean. Lin Tianchen pointed to the black cloud in the sky that hadn't completely dispersed. Just now did you see the vision above Qingxian Peak? Seen. Then you can see the person who splits the day's punishment. Lin Tianchen, as well as the heads of the peaks, looked at Su Yun with anticipation. Oh, the sky thunder, I split it. Everyone. What did you say just now, can you say it again? Master Su Yun, you, oh forget it. Lin Tianchen shook his head gently. Head, Master Nephew Su Yun's cultivation base is still shallow, maybe he didn't realize where the heavenly punishment is. I think so, it's better to see if there is anything unusual around you. Yet. Lin Tianchen nodded, brothers, you go to other places to see, if you can find this person, be sure not to conflict with him. I'm waiting to obey. Except for Lin Tianchen, the other first imperial swords left. Su Yun was speechless. No one believes when I tell the truth. I just believe all lies. What kind of world is this called? But he didn't bother to explain so much. After comprehending the way to the common world, this kind of thing actually didn't matter to him. Whatever you want. Lin Tianchen looked at King Xuanfeng again. For a long time in the future, nothing will change here. Just a wooden house and a pond for fish farming. Senior nephew, where's your junior sister? Junior sister has just finished tempering her body. I gave the exercises and pills to her master's instructions and let her practice on her own. Lin Tianchen twitched his mouth. Practice on your own. Ah! King Xuanfeng is not a way to go on like this. Let's do it. He took out some pills from Nag and said, here are some spirit gathering pills. You can use them first. When junior sister Yukoi comes back, you will let her see me. Lin Tianchen intends to resettle King Xuanfeng. Thank you, the head. Su Yun was not polite, accepting everything as per the order. When Lin Tianchen left, he walked to the pile of firewood again, chopping the firewood with peace of mind. On Qingxian Peak, everything is business as usual. The younger sister practiced, the older brother chopped firewood. It seemed that the punishment of heaven had never appeared before. 2 months passed in a flash. On this day, Lu Juer, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, slowly opened his eyes. Behind her, a terrifying phantom gradually formed. The phantom appeared, and the entire space became turbulent. Lu Juer pinched the Faju, a golden light flashed in her eyes. 9 Nether Blood Mark, Congeal. Chapter 13 9 Nether Bloodline, Feng is in the world. Number 3, Ask for everything. Rumble. A horrible breath gradually radiated from Lu Juer. The phantom behind her gradually solidified with the release of this breath. If someone from the upper realm is here, they will surely exclaim 9 Nether Phoenix. Tumultuous. Juyu Phoenix opened his eyes, and bursts of black flames were emitted all over his body. In front of this black flame, everything seemed to be burned. Rumor has it that Juyu Feng is an innate spirit creature born with heaven and earth, possessing unmatched powerful power. Some of their descendants combined with humans and gave birth to humans with the blood of the 9 Nether Phoenix. These people, once the power of blood is awakened, they will have a talent for cultivation that is far more terrifying than others. 9 Nether Blood Mark, Congeal. Lu Juer made a French seal. In an instant, she was the phoenix phantom behind her neighing, turning into a black flame and entering Lu Juer's body. This flame ran through her limbs and 100 corpses, slowly transforming Lu Juer's body into the most suitable posture for cultivation. This process is extremely difficult. Chapter 27. You know, Lu Juer is mediocre in this life. If you want to restore the qualifications of the previous life, you can only reawaken the power of blood by condensing the 9 Nether Blood Mark. And how can the power of the 9 Nether Bloodline be something ordinary people can withstand? It was Lu Juer who spent 2 months preparing for it, and at this moment, he was still suffering and unbearable. ZZ. Black flames burst out of Lu Juer. These fires distorted the space. Everything in the wooden house was instantly lit. Damn, what's the situation? Outside the house, Su Yun, who was returning with water and preparing to take care of the flowers, felt a lot of trouble in his heart. Why does it burn well? The girl, what are you doing? Needless to think, Su Yun also knew that the culprit of all this was Lu Juer. System, what's the matter with these fires? This is Juyu Minghuo, the host sister is the bloodline of Juyu Phoenix, the posture of the great emperor. Yes, although I don't know what it is, if I read a lot of fantasy novels, I know it's awesome when I hear the name. Nothing will go wrong, right? The acquired blood of the 9 nethers needs to experience the pain of burning bones and heartburn. What if you don't get through it? Death to death. The system's answer is very simple, Lu Juer is desperate. Su Yun frowned slightly. Right now, the entire wooden house was burned down. Only Lu Juer sitting on the ground closed. This girl is too hard. Su Yun sighed secretly. But it is also normal. If it weren't for a person with this kind of disposition, ordinary people would probably not have the posture of a great emperor. What is the great emperor? Su Yun didn't know yet, that thing was still too far away from him, it was already an existence beyond this world. It can be imagined how terrifying Lu Juer's future achievements will be. In that case, let senior brother help you. Su Yun walked over. Aura poured into Lu Juer's body. At the same time, he silently said in his heart, "Go to the realm, open." In the next moment, an extremely special breath came out of Su Yun. Return to the realm. After 2 months of ordinary life, his Giffen artistic conception has successfully broken through to the realm of Giffen realm. In terms of the Kendo artistic conception, Su Yun at this moment has successfully gathered the power of the domain. In the realm, everything will be affected by his way of returning to earth. Lu Juer, who was suffering from pain, suddenly trembled. Under the protection of the huge spiritual energy, the pain of heartbreaking was instantly reduced by half. Not only that. In the realm of Giffen, she seemed to have entered a strange state. Could it be that the master is here? Without even thinking about it, Lu Juer immediately held his mind and concentrated on gathering the blood of Juyu. Almost half an hour passed. Boom! A huge arrogance soared to the sky. Su Yun was shocked by this arrogance. This bloodline is a bit powerful. You know, he is now the cultivation base of the mid-transcendent realm. But it was shocked by a little girl. However, it should be fine. The painful color on Lu Juer's face had disappeared. Instead, it was an extremely calm and innate sense of majesty. The 9 nether bloodline, the phoenixes in the world. A person with the blood of 9 nethers is born to be a king. Naturally, it will form a high-level temperament. Chapter 28. Not to mention, Lu Juer was originally the empress. At this moment, she is like a female emperor reappearing, watching the world. I'm afraid that most people can't help but crawl on the ground and worship. But Su Yun didn't feel anything. Under the influence of the way of Giffen, even if the great emperor came, don't even think of making him bow down. Shaking his head, Su Yun walked away. Well, the younger sister should wake up soon. Let's get a braised fish to eat at noon. Another hour passed. Lu Juer opened his eyes and let out a sullen breath. The breath receded, and all the black inflammations returned to the body. Her eyes were deep and far away, as if seeing a picture of a distant space. After a long time, Qingming was restored, and he murmured. For 2 months, I compressed my cultivation base and used it to condense the 9 nether blood mark, and I finally succeeded. In this way, my cultivation aptitude has been restored to the state of the previous life, and what is left is to upgrade my cultivation level as soon as possible and learn magical powers. Condensation state. If someone feels it carefully, you can find that Lu Juer's strength has already jumped from the spiritual state to the condensing pulse state. This is the situation where she compressed her cultivation base. After all, how can she be like ordinary people with her destiny, the posture of the great emperor, and the peerless technique? Moreover, after successfully condensing blood, her cultivation speed will become even more terrifying. Hey! He breathed out gently. Lu Juer's breath was quickly compressed back. Has become the strength to enter the spirit realm. Almost. The little Bai Yuezong, who has been in the spirit for 2 months, is already considered a genius. Lu Juer looked around. After seeing the burned wooden house, she felt a little embarrassed. I wondered how to explain to Soo-Yun when I waited. But, is it really a master? Lu Juer frowned slightly. Immediately she got up and went to look for Soo-Yun. Soon, I saw Soo-Yun sitting on the side fishing by the pond in the back mountain. Hey? Brother, he. Lu Juer stepped in. P.S. The new book asks for everything, and the evaluation votes will be added soon. Chapter 14 Holy Order Cultivation Technique, 10 Directions Prison. Fourth more, ask for everything. The fish in the Hyushan water pond is not an ordinary fish. Lu Juer had clearly seen it on the mountain that day, and the inside were all spirit beasts. Seeing Soo-Yun fishing by the water pool, she wanted to stop it. But when he saw it straight, he suddenly stopped. Enter the spiritual realm. The aura radiating from Soo-Yun at this moment was entering the spirit realm. My God, brother has entered the spirit. Lu Juer was stunned for a while, repeatedly confirming, and finally found that he had made no mistake. It seems that the seniors have been working hard in the past 2 months. Seeing Soo-Yun's cultivation level reached the spiritual realm, Lu Juer was also happy for him. Once in the spirit, it is equivalent to officially stepping into the threshold of cultivation. Senior brother should have been stimulated by me. Lu Juer smiled slightly. What is mutual motivation? The so-called close to Zhu and close to Ink are the same. In the past, there was only Soo-Yun and King Xuanfeng, no one to supervise. Soo-Yun naturally didn't bother to work hard. Now that she is here, even if Soo-Yun is naturally indifferent, seeing her working so hard, he will subconsciously want to work hard. It's weird. Lu Juer did not rush over. Instead, he stood in place, looking thoughtfully at Soo-Yun's back. She found that Soo-Yun at the moment had a very special temperament. Very calm and natural. It's like blending into this space. It looks ordinary and ordinary, but it is elusive and elusive. This kind of breath makes people subconsciously want to get closer. Chapter 29. Brother, obviously, only the cultivation base of the spiritual realm is right. Why does it make me feel like I can't see through? Temperament is from the inside out. Without real materials, it is impossible to make people feel special. That's why Lu Juer felt strange. Generally speaking, the little one enters the spiritual realm, and there is nowhere to hide in front of her. But Soo-Yun in front of her made her a little bit unable to see through. This temperament is not purely because of handsome. Of course, the appreciation of beautiful things will also make people happy. Could it be that the brother is also a certain kind of person who is born with a special physique? Lu Juer compared Soo-Yun's situation with those people with extraordinary talents he had seen in his memory. Finally, he shook his head secretly. It seems that there is no one with ordinary aptitude like Soo-Yun. Wow! A huge fish with a blue surface jumped out of the water. Lu Juer wanted to go up and help, but soon the fish was subdued by Soo-Yun. Spirit beasts are much gentler than monster beasts. This fish, if divided according to the monk realm, the spiritual energy fluctuation has also reached the peak of the body tempering realm. However, in Soo-Yun's hands, he was like a baby who didn't resist. Lu Juer didn't care either. After all, Soo-Yun had reached the spiritual realm and already had a certain amount of strength. Hey! Junior sister, you have come out of retreat. It happens to be an extra lunch at noon. Soo-Yun turned around and smiled heartily at Lu Juer. With this smile, Lu Juer's heartbeat instantly quickened. After 2 months of not seeing each other, the brother seems to have become more handsome. With a flash of thought, Lu Juer hurriedly shook his head secretly. Brother, let me help you. Forget it, let this kind of work be done by brother, who is good at it. Lu Juer nodded silently and followed Soo-Yun. Brother, don't you ask me about my retreat. If you have anything to ask, I said that King Xuanfeng doesn't have so many rules. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as it's not a violation of principles, seniors won't bother about what you do on weekdays. But if someone bullies you outside, just tell brother, I will vent your anger for you. Lu Juer pursed his lips and chuckled, brother, with your strength, who can win the fight? Su Yun said disapprovingly, I can't win. Doesn't this still have a master? Although her old man has not returned, with the status of the master in the Baiuezong, the leader and the top seat of each peak must be given face. Brother, your trick is really a fake tiger. Lu Juer smiled helplessly, it's more appropriate for me to protect you. You. Su Yun turned his head too far. On Lu Juer's beautiful face, there was no hint of joking. This girl didn't know what secret method was used to block her cultivation. Su Yun can't see through, but it has only been 2 months, even if he upgrades on a rocket, he can at most enter the spiritual realm, right? Okay, I'll beg you when the time comes. He smiled slightly. Before returning to the house, Lu Juer cooked a delicious braised fish. Lu Juer found an excuse for the destruction of the wooden house. It wasn't that he deliberately deceived Su Yun. Mainly she was afraid that Su Yun would be shocked by the Juya Phoenix bloodline. After all, this bloodline is first class even in the upper realm. By the way, brother, this set of exercises is for you. During the previous retreat, Lu Juer also chose time to choose a good set of supernatural powers for Su Yun. Shi Feng Zhen Prison Power. System, what kind of exercise is this? Shi Fengzhen Prison is a set of ancient body-refining magic techniques, belonging to the Holy Order. Hiss! Su Yun was shocked. Even if he is a mortal, he knows the classification level of the exercises. From bottom to top, it is the yellow stage, the mysterious stage, the earth stage, and the sky stage. And above the heavenly ranks is the holy rank. The holy level exercises are basically not seen in the lower levels. Even if it is a heaven rank cultivation technique, it can only be seen in those super ancient sects in the Zhongqing realm. Therefore, after hearing the system's explanation, Su Yun's return to fan state of mind also fluctuated slightly. It seemed that the opportunity he got as a junior was far greater than he had imagined. Sister, senior brother can't ask for such an expensive gift. Chapter 30. Lu Juer wondered, brother, do you know this magical skill? That's not the case. Just by looking at the name, you know it's awesome. Brother is immortal. It's too wasteful to practice this kind of exercise. Brother. Lu Juer frowned slightly. A person cannot be arrogant, but he cannot be arrogant, ordinary or genius. No matter who he is, he cannot belittle himself. Brother is handsome and has extraordinary temperament. Which mortal can be like you? Although brother's current cultivation base is very low and his qualifications are mediocre, maybe he just didn't find a way that belongs to you. This set of exercises was created by a great power in the ancient times. Great cultivation has the power to destroy the world. Please try it first, brother. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Give you another one. Also, brother, you can find some medicinal materials for me. Although I am not a powerful alchemist, the pill that I refine for you is enough. Su Yun was stunned when Lu Juer said something. How could this be the other way around? Am I being taken care of by a younger sister? It should not be too late, brother, hurry up and start practicing. Chapter 15 Cultivation Techniques, Great Artistic Conception. More than 300 evaluation votes plus more. King Xuanfeng. Su Yun sat in the room, opened his eyes with a helpless expression. It's been 10 days, and I haven't even touched the threshold. Junior sister said that I can usually step into the door in a few days. I am really a wonderful flower in the cultivation world. However, the so-called junior sisters so-called average, some are not very credible. secretly shook his head. Su-Yun muttered silently in his heart. System, settlement. Reminder, yesterday's practice was settled, the perception of the way of returning to the common was increased, the crit reward was 4 times, and the cultivation base increased for 40 years. Rumble. The aura in Su-Yun's body surged, and the barrier of the transcendent midterm was crumbling. In a short while, you should be able to reach the transcendental late-stage realm. Each big realm is divided into 4 small realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak. After the transcendent realm, every level up is quite difficult. It is estimated that people with average aptitude will not be able to diligently improve throughout their lives. As for Su-Yun, fortunately, he was assisted by the Daojing of Gui Fan. As long as the realm of Giffen Daojing is raised, he can always upgrade. Recently, I have brushed up a lot of rewards from junior sister, otherwise there is no way to go any faster. Alas, it's a pity that master didn't come back. When I thought of the beautiful master, Su-Yun's Taoist heart that returned to Fan, suddenly became unstable. There was a knock on the door. Junior sister. Brother. Lu Juer stood at the door, with a question in his eyes. How is your practice? Well, I'm about to get started. There was a long silence. Su-Yun's expression was a little awkward. Junior sister, is there any problem? Hey. Lu Juer took a deep breath and shook his head. Nothing. She should have thought that Su-Yun would not be able to practice. In fact, she hadn't practiced this technique, she just got it accidentally in a secret realm. Although it was very powerful, it conflicted with the practice she was practicing, so she gave up. As for the so-called average people can get started in a few days, she made up purely to motivate Su-Yun. However, she had also seen a lot of pride in the sky at the beginning, and it was normal to practice the exercises for a few days to get started. Can only say. Hey, I don't want to talk about it, it hurts to talk too much. Brother, I prepared something for you. She led Su-Yun outside the house. Here is the wooden barrel she used to temper her body. At this moment, there was steaming heat in the wooden barrel, exuding the fragrance of medicine. This is a medicinal solution for body refining. It should be able to help you get started. Oh? Where did you get the medicinal materials? Go to the mountains to pick them. Lu Juer's words are concise and concise. Su-Yun frowned slightly and asked, didn't you go to the Sunset Mountain Range? Lu Juer lowered his head. For some reason, she had some eyes that didn't dare to formalize Su-Yun. Naughty. Su-Yun said in his voice, I should have told you the first day you entered the mountain, the Sunset Mountains are full of crises, even if you have the opportunity to have excellent talents, but before you grow up, those crises are for you. It's the fatal factor. Chapter 31. A genius who is dead is not a genius. Lu Juer felt warm. Although Su-Yun's tone was a bit heavy, she could tell that Su-Yun was caring for her. At the beginning, as the lord of the ethereal palace, how many people flattered. But those who really care about her can hardly be seen. Don't worry, brother, after I awaken my blood, I still have the ability to save my life. After 10 days of cultivation, with the aid of a large number of pills, she has officially stepped into the open mountain realm. Reincarnated and reborn, with the blood of 9 nethers, her practice is really as simple as drinking water. As long as she has enough aura, she can level up infinitely. Open the mountain realm, with her talent and supernatural powers. Outside the Sunset Mountains, there is no danger. Moreover, these are just simple medicinal materials and do not need to go deep inside. Everyone who drowns knows water. Su-Yun glared at this girl. If it hadn't been for the system to tell him that Lu Juer had the appearance of a great emperor, that person with the blood of Juya would be very hungry. Su-Yun has already been taking care of the family law at this meeting. He doesn't need Lu Juer to think about this for him. Having a system and understanding the way to the world is his greatest support. Of course, Su Yun was still very moved. Except for the beautiful master, there is probably no second person in this world who treats him so well. Brother, hurry up and get in the bath. The effect of the medicine has already been exerted. It is best to absorb it as soon as possible. Okay. Su Yun nodded, but next time you remember, you are not allowed to go deeper into the Sunset Mountains. What you need in the future, even if you talk to the brother has no other skills. It is still very simple to get some material pills for you. Lu Juer answered, but he was laughing in his heart. Brother, monks can't just rely on lip service. Was thinking about it. Turning his gaze, Su Yun had already taken off his coat numbly. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Juer stamped his feet with a ruddy face, and finally walked away with a hum. What's the matter? Su Yun shrugged, you don't suffer, so what's the excitement? King Xuanfeng only had him and Lu Juer, so Su Yun didn't care about that much either. After she was naked, she soaked comfortably in a wooden barrel. He is a transcendent realm, so he can take a medicinal bath, so it's not a problem. Hey? Is there any signs of it at all? As the power of the medicine continued to pour into his body, Su Yun also had a tingling feeling. For the first time, I felt that practicing Qigong turned out to be effective so quickly. He hurriedly ran the Shifang prison power, and began to introduce medicinal power into his body. Strange, brother didn't even call out. Lu Juer stood quietly in the distance. Su Yun cultivated Shifang Zhenzheng, she naturally couldn't really ignore it. You know, this cultivation technique is a holy rank quality, in case there is an accident, it can't be handled by a monk with mediocre qualifications like Su Yun. However, she has seen Shifang Zhenjigen. This exercise is very special, and the entry requirements are far lower than other exercises. It was just like this, that Lu Juer chose to teach Su Yun. However, even if the requirements are low, if you want to get started, you still have to suffer the pain of bone and heartburn. Tempering the body and polishing the bones and muscles, it can be said that the process of cultivating 10 directions to suppress the strength of prison is a process of slowly changing the physique. Once it is successful, it can even become a holy in the flesh, unmatched, and attack the Holy Lord. Of course, this is just a theory. Lu Juer didn't report such big expectations. She only asked for this technique to enable Su Yun to change the current situation and find her own way. She felt that Su Yun was not as ordinary as it seemed on the surface. Only, could it be that the liquid medicine didn't work? Seeing Su Yun still standing calmly in the barrel, Lu Juer was puzzled. Just a moment. Her eyes trembled. In the bottom of his eyes, a thick color of astonishment flashed. Wait, why does this kind of artistic conception appear on senior brother? At this moment, a mysterious mood slowly appeared on Su Yun. And this artistic conception is exactly the artistic conception she felt before. P.S. The evaluation votes are added and updated, and the new book asks for everything. Chapter 16 My brother is a great emperor? First more. Su Yun did not deliberately release the artistic conception of Giffen. Chapter 32. But his comprehension of the way to return to the common world has already been imprinted in his bones. Therefore, at this moment when he is concentrating on cultivating, Sisi De Yun spreads all over his body. Most people will definitely not notice it. Even if there were some special feelings, I would not think that this was caused by Su Yun's artistic conception. But who is Lu Juer? Her vision is far beyond that of others. How is it possible? Brother only entered the spiritual realm, how can he comprehend the artistic realm? Could it be that brother is a born Taoist body? There was a hint of surprise in Lu Juer's beautiful eyes. It has been a long time since she had such a big mood swing. The so-called natural Dao body is a person who is born with a certain Dao. This kind of person has been integrated with the avenue Others have to work hard to comprehend a trace of artistic conception. And as long as he grows slowly, he will gradually reveal the Taoist artistic conception. However, there are 3,000 avenues, and there are many kinds of avenues. Lu Juer couldn't be sure what kind of way was lingering beside Suyun at this moment. Simply unheard of. But I didn't think that as long as it was born with Dao body, there would be hope of Dao Emperor in the future. My brother actually looks like a great emperor? Lu Juer was shocked. In the lower realm, among the hundreds of millions of creatures, there may not necessarily be an existence that can ascend to the upper realm. Not to mention Zhendao the Great. It's no wonder that although the senior brother has a mediocre cultivation level, he looks very extraordinary. If he is born with a Dao body, he can explain it. However, this kind of thing is inexhaustible and cannot be concluded early. Lu Juer pondered slightly. But at the moment she is also sure. The artistic conception she felt at the beginning really came from Suyun. Realizing this, Lu Juer was not depressed, but rather pleased. After all, she bears the fate of her destiny and looks like a great emperor. And now, her brother is also an extraordinary person, even a natural Dao body. Perhaps, she could try to comprehend Suyun's Tao to help her preach the Tao. Was thinking about it. Rumble. The barrel began to vibrate. Boom. A reckless force exploded the barrel from the inside out, and the water inside also rushed to the ground. If you look closely, you will find that the water is clear and transparent, and the medicinal effects have already been absorbed by Suyun. Lu Juer's expression was stagnant, then blushed and took a crisp bite, and quickly left the place. Hey! Suyun opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed across his eyes. It's not easy to get started. System panel. Host, Suyun. Qualification, Ordinary. Bloodline, Mortal. Cultivation, Mid-Transcendent Realm. Gongfa, Giffen Dao Jing. Unique skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Xiaocheng, Wood Chopping, Dacheng, Giffen Artistic Conception, Consummation, Shifang Prison Power, Introduction. System, don't I want to experience the way of returning to the common world? Now that I have learned such a holy rank technique, is it still common? The way to return to the common world requires the host to experience it by himself, and the system cannot answer this question. Suyun shrugged. Although his Taoist Sutra of Giffen has reached the 7th level, his understanding of the Tao of Giffen still feels much worse. Even more, the more you touch, the more you can feel the vastness of this avenue. If you study it in depth, you will be disturbed. So Suyun simply followed his original intention, what he should do. Try it out. After changing his clothes, Suyun walked into the woods with an axe and started a new day of logging life. Chapter 33. Baiuezong, the foot of the mountain. Lin Tianchen led a girl who was about 16 or 17 years old and fell from a high altitude. The girl looks cold and beautiful, and her skin is crystal clear as jade. The eyes are pure and shiny like emeralds, shining brightly. This is a girl who looks very aura. It's a pity that the girl's lingering coldness radiates a message that strangers should not enter. Lin Tianchen didn't know where Yukui got this girl. The last time Yukui sent him a message, he asked Lin Tianchen to help bring the girl over. The first seat of Yifeng allows the head to do things, and it is definitely impossible to change to other sects. But in Baiuezong, everyone who is familiar with Yukui knows that this kind of thing is nothing strange. Yi, this is Baiuezong. Lin Tianchen specifically stopped at the foot of the mountain, preparing to open the chattering box along the road and mountains. By the way, let Lang Yi experience the power of Baiuezong. Speaking from the ancestor of the founding school, Lin Tianchen personally introduced the great deeds of Baiuezong. After thousands of years, Baiuezong has today's glory. Among them, there were many encounters of killing the door, but they were able to survive them. Yi, if you have any difficulties in cultivating in the sect in the future, just ask your senior brother and senior sister for help. Wei Baiyuezong pays attention to the unity and mutual assistance of sect disciples, and prohibits any form of infighting. Of course, discussing with each other, and making progress together is naturally feasible. Lin Tianchen taught in earnest. Although he is not the master of this girl, he feels that Lang Yi is born agile and has a special temperament, and his cultivation aptitude will not be too bad. I have to say that even in the fantasy world, it depends on the face. Head. Lang Yi asked with a flat expression, which mountain is the master? Your master is the first seat of King Xuanfeng, but now she is not on the mountain, I will take you there first. King Xuanfeng. Lang Yi murmured. Did not say anything. Lin Tianchen glanced at her and said, your master is not there, but there is still your senior brother on the mountain, as well as a senior sister who just got started recently. Your senior brother is the first disciple accepted by junior sister Yukui. His situation is a bit special. Although his cultivation is average, he is a good person. You can ask him for help if you don't understand. As for cultivation, your master has his own account. Yet. Lang Yi responded simply. The two came to the bottom of Qingxian Peak, along the way up and down the road. The mountain road is flat, the flowers and plants on both sides are neat, and even the fallen leaves are kept clean. And these naturally came from Su Yun's hands. Not long after, I walked to the top of the mountain and passed by a forest. In the distance, smoke was curling, the firewood was burning vigorously, and there was a young man with an extremely handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament sitting leisurely on a wooden chair. Isn't it Su Yun who is adding firewood to cook? In broad daylight, not cultivating, and cooking again. Lin Tianquan's face turned dark, and he immediately shouted, Major Nephew Su Yun, come here for me. P.S. More explosive. Brothers, please comment on some flowers. If the flowers are full, we can add more today, so please beg for everything. Chapter 17 Second Junior Sister Lang Yi Second More, beg everything. Disciple Su Yun, pay homage to the head. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianchen would visit suddenly. While thinking about the rice that was about to be cooked, Su Yun saluted Lin Tianchen. Senior nephew, why are you, alas? Lin Tianchen had missed a few words. The big disciple of the dignified King Xuanfeng, cooking and chopping wood all day, what style is it? But when I thought about it, Su Yun didn't do this in a day or two, so he didn't say more. It's a pity that he brought Lang Yi over this time, but he left a bad impression on the other party, and I don't know if this girl will leave in disappointment. Lin Tianchen looked around. As a result, he saw that Lang Yi didn't care, but just fixed his gaze on the pile of firewood that burned vigorously in the distance. Head, who is this? She is your junior sister. Su Yun thought he had heard it wrong. My junior sister is practicing in the back mountain. Lin Tianchen explained it patiently. Hey? What about her elders, master? Lin Tianchen waved his hand. Junior sister Yukui can't come back because of something. Here is a letter, you can read it for yourself. Su Yun took the letter and opened it to read it. Probably, that irresponsible beauty master, passing by a place occasionally, picked up a talented little junior sister, and brought him here to take care of him. At the end, a few words of intimidation came. Apprentice, your junior sisters are cold by nature, have extraordinary experiences, are closed-minded, and don't want to communicate with outsiders. You don't want to be the teacher. Before you come back as the teacher, you are responsible for opening your junior sister's heart. Chapter 34. You look so good looking, you should be able to do it. If you can't do it, go back to the teacher to fix the family law and serve. Not to mention, Su Yun had no doubt that this letter came from Yukui. After all, he knows beautiful masters too well. Master, master, you accept disciples when you accept them. What do you do with ice cubes? Seeing Lang Yi, Yun secretly shook his head. He sees too many girls of this kind. Isn't it the classic heroine template in the novel? Beautiful, temperament, cold temper, and the so-called extraordinary experience, 80% is not a good thing. This kind of girl is the most troublesome to get along with. He just wants to be an ordinary mortal. Master, you are hindering disciples from preaching. Women will only affect the speed at which the disciple draws the sword. Okay, your master asked me to give it to you. Lin Tianchen threw another ring to Yun. Before your master comes back, you will be responsible for guiding. Forget it, your master. Whatever you say, just do it. Let Yun guide Lang Yi's practice. Lin Tianchen himself was afraid. In case another mountain village girl was taught, then King Xuanfeng would really be over. Good boss. In addition, 3 months later, it will be the Zongmen Grand Competition. At that time, King Xuanfeng will also have a place. Master nephew, during this time, you should prepare well and strive to achieve results in the grand competition, so as to win honor to your master. After a few words, Lin Tianchen Yujian left. Zongmen Grand Competition? What does that thing have to do with King Xuanfeng? Yun shook his head and turned to take the rice pot from the fire. Sister Yi, have you had lunch? No. Lang Yi reached out his hand. How? Cultivating exercises. Oh, don't be in a hurry. Yun smiled lightly, I have enough strength to cultivate, right? Just right, I will cook a few more dishes. When your senior sister comes back, we will sit down and have a good chat. Lang Yi shook his head lightly, no, master gave me Bigu pill, brother, you just give me the practice technique. Who is Yun? During the time when Yukui was taken away, Lang Yi's ears were full of calluses about Yun's information. It can be said that in this Baihu sect, Yukui is not there, she is the person who knows Yun best. She admitted that Yun was very handsome. There is a natural attractive temperament on the body. Lang Yi doesn't hate Yun, but what can someone with mediocre cultivation teach her? Therefore, she plans to practice by herself. Then, wait for the cultivation level to become successful. A cold light flashed in Lang Yi's eyes. Yun looked in his eyes and shook his head slightly. Beguden? How about that? Now that the beautiful master has confessed, and as his junior sister, he will naturally have a snack. Didn't you hear the system? Deepening the communication between brothers and sisters and promoting emotional communication is also a way of returning to the common world. Of course, if this is an ugly monster, Yun is not interested. He is honest and casual. After all, who is not an LSP? Junior sister, do you know why people have 7 emotions and 6 desires? I don't know. In my opinion, this is for the happiness of being a human being, for the enjoyment of life. Yun said lightly, the pursuit of longevity and attainment is also a kind of desire and enjoyment of human beings. Since you choose to become a monk, you should follow it. The heart, accept everything, be open-minded, don't be paranoid, and narrow your horizons. Lang Yi's eyelids twitched. Is this to see that she is obsessed? What did master tell you? It's nothing, just let me communicate with you more. Yun smiled slightly, it's normal for seniors to help each other, what do you think? Lang Yi looked away and sat aside and stopped talking. Soon after, Lu Juer returned from Hyoshan. Brother. She greeted Yun, this is. Oh, this is Lang Yi, master's new disciple, Juer. In the future, if you want to get along well with the younger sister and revitalize King Xuanfeng, it is up to you too. The corners of Lu Juer's mouth twitched slightly. Brother, you don't know how terrible your own talent is. You are suspicious of the existence of a natural Dao body. Chapter 35. What is the natural Dao body? As long as the cultivation base is pulled up, that is the posture of the great emperor. Not to mention King Xuanfeng, even this lower realm can't stop you. She shook her head secretly, feeling that Su Yun's realm was still too low. The realm determines the horizon, and Lu Juer can't help it. Who makes Su Yun's cultivation aptitude mediocre? Lu Juer's eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Brother, come here. Su Yun was pulled aside by Lu Juer. The latter whispered, Brother, this little sister is amazing. Oh? What's so great? Natural sword body. A question mark was slowly played on Su Yun's head. System, what's going on? After testing, the host's little junior sister is a natural sword repairer without self-qualification for the sword body. Su Yun's ordinary heart shook slightly. Fuck, what kind of monsters are on this little Qingshen peak? Chapter 18 The Selfless Sword Body, Peerless Sword Repair. Number 3, Ask for Everything. By Yuezong, within the glorious hall. The first clusters of the peaks gathered here, one after another looking at Lin Tianchen in the center. Everyone, I'm calling you here this time because of a piece of information brought by junior sister Yukui. Lin Tianchen looked around and said in a deep voice, a few days ago, a town outside Yunzhou city showed the whereabouts of the remnants of the demon sect. Magic. Everyone was shocked. As long as it is the forces of the Western Desolate region, they are familiar with the two words demon sect. Thousands of years ago, a space crack appeared in the Western Wilderness region, and there was once a terrifying monster appeared from the abyss, crippling creatures. And the force derived from this is the magic door. After gathering all the powerful sects in the Western Desolate region, the abyss was sealed and the demon sect was destroyed. Bai Yuezong only heard about these things. The abyss monster is too far away and strange to them. But all the signs indicate that the original magic gate was very powerful, even compared to the top forces in the Western Desolate region. Head, is the news true? Lin Tianchen nodded gently. It is true that I went out this time and I also stopped by to take a look. The people in that town were slaughtered by the brutal law, and the remaining demonic energy has not dispersed. I searched for a trace and found a hidden spot. It's a pity that people go to the building to be empty. Damn! Those nasty beasts! Head, is junior sister Yukui back? Not at all. Junior sister seems to have something to deal with, just tell me the news. Lin Tianchen shook her head helplessly, also let me bring someone back. Oh? Who? It's her newly accepted disciple, I've already taken it to King Xuanfeng. Hiss. Sister Yukui personally accepting apprentices. Weird. Weird. This news is more shocking than hearing the whereabouts of the remnants of the demon sect. Lin Tianchen twitched his mouth slightly. You don't need to make a fool of yourself, lest you be known by junior sister Yukui. He waved his hand, and said, this time I invite everyone to come here. The news of the magic door is one of them. From today onwards, the disciples of each peak will strengthen their inspections around the Baiuezong, and let the outsiders sect disciples pay attention to the situation in the cities, villages, and towns, and immediately notify the sect if they find an abnormality. I'm waiting to obey. Second. Lin Tianchen pondered slightly. In 3 months, the Zongmen Grand Competition will be held. For this competition, what do you think about the King Xuanfeng line? King Xuanfeng. Su Yun is making body-quenching liquid. Master Sister Juya Phoenix bloodline, the appearance of the Great Emperor. Second junior sister is born with no self-sword body, peerless sword repair. Oh my ordinary life! Su Yun sighed as he blended in the medicinal materials. I don't know where the beautiful master found such a talented little junior girl. But there is no doubt that the arrival of Lang Yi will inevitably add some interest to his ordinary life. Oh, yes, system, settlement. Reminder, yesterday's practice settlement, 8 times the critical strike reward, and the cultivation base increased by 80 years. What? With spirit surging, Su-yun's cultivation level immediately rose by a large margin. Chapter 36. 8 times the critical strike, but rarely seen. Could it be because of the addition of a little junior sister? Su-yun's heart moved. For a while. Brother, are you okay? Lang Yi stood at the door and asked. It's almost done, take it off first, cough cough, where is Juer? Senior sister is practicing. Lu Juer was not so friendly to Su-yun to Lang Yi. Although the natural sword body is rare, Lu Juer has seen a lot of it and it is not worth paying attention to. Therefore, with regard to Lang Yi's cultivation matters, she basically would not interfere. Yi, this is body tempering liquid. Brother is helping you temper your body now. It may be a little painful later, but you must persist. The longer you persist, the better the body tempering effect will be, and the easier it will be in the early stage of cultivation, you know. Lang Yi nodded silently. If you can't hold on, just come out. After Su-yun told him, he walked out of the room, leaving Lang Yi in the room. Quenching. Lang Yi looked at the liquid that exuded a strong medicinal fragrance, with anticipation in his eyes. At the same time it exudes cold light. Zhang family. She took off her clothes and went into the barrel. The temperature of the liquid medicine was so high that the skin was numb from the heat. Coupled with the effect of the liquid medicine, it was so painful that she almost shouted in an instant. If Su-yun was here, he would definitely address the expert. Because he called out when he quenched his body with the help of Yukui. As for Lu Juer, that's an evildoer. But Lang Yi was just a mortal after all. Moreover, Yukui was obviously very attached to this apprentice, and added several extremely precious materials to Su-yun's things for body tempering. As a result, Lang Yi is now in pain. Hi, this is body tempering. She gritted her teeth. Although there was a heart-wrenching pain, she almost fainted. But Lang Yi still persisted. In her mind, there was only the words from Su-yun just now, the longer you persist, the better the body tempering effect. The weather is not so good today. Su-yun stood outside the house and raised his head. The sky was clouded with cold winds. Turning his eyes, he landed on the newly built wooden house, and a gloomy light settled in his eyes. This junior sister, it's not easy. He could naturally feel that the body-quenching fluid this time was different from the past. Even when he put in the medicinal materials prepared by his master, there was some hesitation. After all, he doubted whether Lang Yi could hold on. That's why he kept guarding outside the house. But the result was unexpected, and Lang Yi just clenched his teeth and persevered. Talent is natural and determines the upper limit of a person. But hard work is acquired, and determines a person's lower limit. In this vast world, there is no shortage of talented people, but there are very few who can have such a temperament. Su-yun secretly shook his head. From Lang Yi's eyes, he saw strong hatred and persistence. Master, Master, you really gave me trouble. Sitting on the recliner, Su-yun waited leisurely. An hour. 2 hours. The sky is getting darker. Su-yun narrowed his eyes slightly. In vain, a sharp breath came from the room behind him. Kang! The sword is out of its sheath. By the forest, Lu Juer turned around calmly. Inside the wooden house. Chapter 37. Lang Yi's eyes closed tightly, her expression cold. There is no expression on that exquisite appearance, and even the whole person has completely settled down, without joy or sadness. Empty the mind, forget the self, it is the sword of selflessness. As time went by, a series of chi swords condensed in the void around her. As they breathed, these chi swords swallowed a golden halo, fierce, as if to tear everything apart. P.S. Thank you brothers for the flowers. The flowers are still 2 more changes. I will add them tonight. The evaluation votes have been added yesterday, but I'm not full today. Chapter 19. My junior sister is too enchanting. Fourth more, ask for everything. Some people are born swordsmen, such as Lang Yi. Even Su Yun didn't expect that the temperament of the little junior girl after the body tempering was successful would change so much. In this regard, Lu Juer commented that the sword body has awakened. Probably just like her bloodline awakening, she evolved from a genius to a monster. 3 days later, on the Qingxian Peak. Sister Yi, look at this flower, how beautiful is it? Look at how free this fish is. In the human world, there are still many beautiful things. By the way, what do you want to eat at noon? Talk to brother, please prepare in advance. Su Yun said to Lang Yi beside him while watering the flowers. The latter had a cold face and said nothing. Just staring at Su Yun, his eyes are naturally not affectionate. Brother, I have been up the mountain for 6 days. Oh, I remember. Su Yun smiled lightly, your brother, I still have this memory. 6 days, why don't you teach me to practice? On the first day, Su Yun built a wooden house for her. The next day, I strolled around the mountain. On the third day, body quenching. And to this day, Su Yun still didn't teach her to practice. Of course, Lang Yi didn't expect Su Yun to teach her, he just wanted Su Yun to hand over the exercises to her. After all, Master once said that this beautiful brother is good at everything, except that he is not good at cultivation and has mediocre aptitude. Cultivation. Su Yun put down the shower in his hand and asked, Sister Yi, what do you want to learn? Sword. Lang Yi said without hesitation. She herself didn't know why. She had a feeling since she tempered her body. I was born for the sword. Sword, what does the younger sister think is sword repair? Lang Yi frowned slightly, and said lightly, the sword holder, the man is here, the sword is here. Oh! Su Yun's eyelids twitched. A person who has never touched kendo, or even practice, can actually say such things. Is this the difference between a mortal and an evildoer? What is Jianqiu? Is the sword holder a sword repairer? I have read so many novels in my previous life, and I have my own insights into Jianqiu's understanding. Swordsman, sharp. With the sword in hand, it's as if you are going forward and fearless of all dangers. Even if the abyss is in front of you, you dare to go to one side. The sword follows the heart, the stronger the person, the stronger the sword. Su Yun said lightly. Sword Dao is a brilliant road. Those who are swords must have a sword in their heart, either fearless, or benevolent, or have the world in mind, or have a heart for the common people. If the human heart is not lost, the sword in the hand will not be lost. Lang Yi was thoughtful, she didn't have a deep understanding of kendo, or she just stayed at the stage of pure feeling. But listening to Su Yun's words, it seems that he has no feelings. Even, a mysterious mystery engendered in his body. This change shocked Su Yun. Nima, didn't I just talk about a few words from the novel? Are these authors all kendo bosses, and what they say is true? After much deliberation, Su Yun came to a conclusion, my junior sister is too evil. Thank you brother for your guidance. Lang Yi's eyes flickered slightly. She didn't expect that an unremarkable senior would actually have such insights. Haha. Thank you, brothers and sisters should help each other. Su Yun smiled heartily, besides, these remarks are just my walking around in the sect on weekdays. Hearsays, whether it is or not, it has to be junior sister, verify by yourself. Lang Yi nodded, stretched out his hand and said, Brother, can you give me the exercises? Not urgent. I gave you the exercises, how can I communicate? Su Yun can remember the words of the beautiful master. Chapter 38. His task now is to communicate more with Lang Yi and open his heart. If the exercises were given to Lang Yi, the latter's temperament would be 80% crazier than Lu Juer. Junior sister, get ready, let's go to Zhongmen for a walk. On this day, the sky was clear. In the Kambayu sect, because of the appearance of the two, a wave of waves was set off. Isn't that Uncle Su? Where? Uncle Su actually came down the mountain. Uncle Su? Which Uncle Su? Except for the one on Qingxian Peak, who else can there be? Hiss. You know. I don't know, but when I look at this temperament, this one is terrifying. Many people walking in the sect, or the sword riding the wind, passing by Su Yun and Lang Yi, will involuntarily stop and take a look. You know, Su Yun in Baiuezong can be said to be a celebrity comparable to the head Lin Tianchen. Anyone who is like a sect will be curious about the mountain that is independent of the sect. King Xuanfeng is in its own line, and there is only one beautiful uncle living on the mountain. Such rumors have long been familiar to the disciples of Baiuezong. But at this moment, they were even more curious about Lang Yi besides Su Yun. The cold and beautiful appearance, the cold eyes are bright and dazzling. The waterfall like blue silk dangles from the graceful back, swaying gently with the walking posture. The appearance is stunning, and the temperament is aloof. Like a fairy falling into the mortal world, without a trace of human fireworks. It even walks side by side with Su Yun, giving people a sense of sight of a goddess and a married couple. Who is this person? If it was a member of the Baihu sect, these looks would have long been known to everyone. Junior sister, let's Baiuezong not say anything else, the atmosphere is still very harmonious. The mountains are clear and beautiful, the people are outstanding, and there is a spiritual vein under this mountain. Although it is not large, it is 3 to 5 times higher than the concentration of spiritual energy in other places. Our sect counts our peaks, and there are a total of 8. Among them, the main peak where the head is located is called Ling Yunfen, with the most disciples and the strongest strength. Our peak is the smallest, and counting the master, there are only 4. However, Shizun and her elder family is a well-known existence of Baiuezong, with a cultivation base that can reach the sky, and junior sister Juer is also a person of outstanding talent. Counting you, the talent is no less than other peaks. Su Yun told Lang Yi about things in the Baihu sect with a smile on his face. Brother, what is that? Lang Yi asked in a cold tone. Her gaze fell on the tower not far away. Oh, that is the sword tower. Legend has it that the founder of the White Moon sect was a famous sword repairman. He once created the sword tower for the disciples of the White Moon sect to try. Each level of the sword tower is suppressed by sword intent. If you can reach the highest level, I heard that you can still get the inheritance of the ancestors, but so far no disciple can go up. The sword tower limits the age, and no one can violate the rules. This is the rule set by the ancestor, and the disciples of Baiuezong naturally abide by it. However, Baiuezong was not strong in the first place. To tell the truth, Su Yun did not expect much. Of course, the sword tower is not only for sword repair, other disciples can also use the sword intent to temper their will, which can be regarded as a trial place for Baiuezong. Uncle Su. A person in the distance waved at him. What's the matter? The head is looking for you. Head? Su Yun replied, Junior sister, wait a moment, I will see the head. Lang Yi nodded gently. When Su Yun left, she stayed in place for a while. Finally, facing everyone's eyes, walked to the towering sword tower. Sister, do you want to break into the tower? A disciple of Baiuezong asked with a smile at the door. Lang Yi did not answer. However, looking up, there was an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. Rumble. Suddenly, the sword tower shuddered slightly. At the same time, in Lang Yi's heart, there seemed to be the sound of sword ming. P.S. The new book asks for everything. Chapter 20 The Posture of a Peerless Sword Immortal, 1000 Kill Sword Formation. More than 3000 flowers plus more. Senior nephew Su Yun, sit down. Above the hall, Lin Tianchen looked at Su Yun with a smile. Chapter 39 Head. Su-yun said slightly, "May I ask the head to ask the disciple to come over, what's the matter?" Lin Tianchen chuckles and said, "How about your new junior sister?" "Little junior sister?" Su-yun gently shook her head, "Junior sister hasn't started practicing yet." "Why?" Lin Tianchen frowned. In his opinion, Lang Yi should be the most qualified disciple on Qingxian Peak. Such a disciple, why don't you teach her to cultivate and revitalize King Xuanfeng? Master has an explanation, and the disciples just follow Master's will to do it. Su-yun kicked Yukui the responsibility for the delay. Anyway, Yukui only asked him to open up Lang Yi's heart, communicate more and communicate more. But he didn't let him train Lang Yi to be a peerless sword fairy. Of course, when the time came, Su-yun would naturally hand over the cultivation method to her. "Sister Yukui mean?" Lin Tianchen groaned slightly, and stopped saying more about it. "I am calling you over this time to talk about the next sect competition." Su-yun listened quietly. In less than 3 months, this Zongmen Grand Tournament should have made separate arrangements for King Xuanfeng's affairs, but she previously met junior sister Yukui, she specifically mentioned it, and made a bet with me. "Oh." Su-yun was a little curious, dare to ask the head, "Where is the master now? Don't you care about what I bet with her?" Su-yun shook his head. He just missed the beautiful master a little bit. As for the so-called gambling, it is nothing more than the form of existence after King Xuanfeng. Is it merged into other peaks, or what? None of this actually matters. After all, King Xuanfeng's independent existence will not change, and Yukui will not agree to let others go up the mountain. Except for this, he didn't merge into other peaks, and Su-yun didn't care too much. Your master seems to have important things to deal with, and there is no way to come back in a short time. Lin Tianchen shook his head slightly. My gambling game with her is about this sect competition, if it is a disciple of King Xuanfeng's line. If you can enter the top 50 of the sect, you will temporarily retain the peak number of King Xuanfeng, otherwise King Xuanfeng will merge into Lingyun Peak. Sure enough. Su-yun was clear in his heart. King Xuanfeng is just a few people, but they occupy a wealth of basic resources. This is really detrimental to the development of the entire White Moon sect. As the head, it is understandable for Lin Tianchen to do so. But what surprised Su-yun was that his beautiful master actually agreed. "Master, who gave you the confidence to be in the top 50? You know, Yukui doesn't know the existence of Lu Jui'er at all. If you don't rely on Lu Jui'er, who can you rely on? You don't have to rely on him, right? Senior nephew Su-yun, take this one." Lin Tianchen handed over a ring to Su-yun. "This is..." Su-yun looked around and found that there were some pills and spirit stones inside. 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 500 middle-grade spiritual stones. Hiss! It's generous. So many spirit stones, to buy Yuezong, is also a lot of wealth. This is something I personally provided to King Xuanfeng. It has nothing to do with the section. Lin Tianchen said lightly, "It's up to you to do what you can do in the next 3 months." Su-yun took a deep look at Lin Tianchen. For the latter's actions, I know clearly. It is rumored that King Xuanfeng's last leader was Lin Tianchen's master. "Thank you, the head." Just talking. A disciple suddenly ran outside the door. "Head! Head!" The disciple came to the two in a hurry, and said anxiously, "Head! Something happened to the sword tower." The sword tower is more than 20 feet tall. The top and bottom are divided into 10 layers, the first 9 layers are used as trials, and there are countless sharp swords in each layer. These swords are piled up together, and the swords are overpowering. Those who are not strong-willed, once stepping into the sword tower, will be eroded by the sword aura inside, and it will be miserable. The higher you go, the stronger your sword intent. The 10th floor is rumored to be the place where the ancestor practiced the sword, with the ancestor's saber on it. As for whether it is true or not, it is not known. At this moment, the entire sword tower suddenly erupted with a sharp sound of swords screaming. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 40. Hundreds of long swords flew out from the sword tower, hovering in the void, forming a wonderful sword formation. Several figures stood in the air, looking at the scene of the sword tower. Their faces were shocked. What happened? Lin Tianchen hurried over. Head. One leader said with a look of surprise, it seems that someone has disturbed the sword tower, causing the sword inside to have a vision. This is the ancestors' 1,000-killing sword formation. Lin Tianchen's face was shaken. Hurry up. Evacuate the surrounding disciples immediately, and guard the disciples in the sword tower to come out. Suddenly, the major leaders acted one after another. The elders entered the sword tower one by one, protecting the disciples who were cultivating in the sword tower to leave. After a while, most of the disciples inside came out. Head. Have you all left? There are still people in the 9-story sword tower. What? Lin Tianchen exclaimed, 9th floor? Which elder is it? Yes. The elder who reported the news was also in disbelief, and said, it seems to be a young girl. She has never seen the face, and the sword intent is too strong for me to get through. Young girl? Is it a genius disciple of the sect? Lin Tianchen frowned and flew towards the sword tower. However, it seems that the sword tower is not allowed to come in. As soon as he approached, he was immediately attacked by the 1,000-kill sword formation. This sword formation was extremely powerful, and even if no one deliberately controlled it, it was difficult for Lin Tianchen to break in for a while. Below, Su Yun raised his head and looked at the long sword flying all over the sky. System, do you mean that this vision was caused by the little junior sister? Yes, the host's junior sister is a peerless sword immortal, and it is natural to draw the sword intent in the sword tower. Nima. Still let people live? Some time ago, Lu Juer attracted Tian Lei over. In a blink of an eye, Lang Yi mobilized thousands of flying swords, alarming the entire White Moon sect. The most important thing is that Lang Yi has no cultivation base. Without the cultivation base, what will happen if you are stirred by the sword intent? Su Yun shook his head secretly. The figure flashed. Passing Lin Tianchen, who was fighting against the sword formation, entered the sword tower. Along the way, the sword intent of the sword tower was easily offset by his return to the common realm. Go straight to the 9th floor. Soon, Su Yun saw Lang Yi who had fainted on the 9th floor. This girl. At this moment, Lang Yi's face was pale and fainted to the ground, with a sharp aura protector around him, resisting the erosion of sword intent from the outside world. She can go to the 9th floor entirely by virtue of her natural sword body. But the sword intent can be offset, and the momentum of thousands of swords can't be resisted at all with the cultivation base of Lang Yi's body quenching. Over time, there will definitely be problems. Su Yun did not hesitate. Return to fandom, Zhen. Buzzing. The domain spreads around the sword tower as the center. Those flying long swords seemed to have lost their power in an instant. The sword body stagnated, and fell from the sky like a rain of swords. P.S. The data doesn't move. Did I write the problem? This is the first time I tried this writing method. The author sits in front of the computer almost all day every day, writing very hard. If I think I can vote for a free flower and evaluation support, let me take a look at the feedback. Any comments can be put forward in the comment section. Chapter 21 Lang Yi's Sword Part 1. Within the White Moon sect, all the disciples raised their heads, showing a dazed appearance. What's the situation? Why did the sword formation disperse by itself? It goes without saying that it must have been done by the head. The head is mighty. These disciples, one by one, were far away from the sword tower, and couldn't see what had happened. Just saw Lin Tianchen break into the sword formation, and the sword formation dissipated not long after. Isn't this the reason that their mighty and domineering leader used his supernatural powers and suppressed thousands of flying swords? But including Lin Tianchen, there are those elders with advanced cultivation level that only know about it. This matter there is a ghost head. The first few big swords passed. Lin Tianchen looked at the sword tower with a solemn face, and flew away quickly. Chapter 41. Several other people looked at each other and followed. All the way up, to the 9th floor. At this moment, all the swords in it were back to normal, except for the chaos. Lin Tianchen immediately went to the 10th floor again and found that everything was as usual inside, and he was relieved. Who is it that can trigger the sword intent of the 9th floor of the sword tower? Have you noticed which talented person in the sect comes in today? Facing Lin Tianchen's inquiry, everyone shook their heads. Old Su, could it be Yuntian of your Suanji Peak? Didn't that kid understand the sword power a long time ago? Maybe it was his sword intent that inspired the ancestors' sword intent. Su Chongqing shook his head. Yuntian's child's sword intent is still only rudimentary, and he doesn't even have an entry point. How can it resonate with the ancestors' sword intent? No, I obviously watched him show his sword intent last time. Lao Su, you are a bit unnatural. The lie was poked through, and Su Changqing's face was embarrassed. He coughed lightly. Is that right? I didn't pay attention either. Recently, the kid was cultivating by himself, and I didn't care much. The first of the peaks laughed. Isn't it clear why? Isn't it because the Zongmen Grand Bai is about to arrive? Every time at this time, the genius disciples of each peak disappeared one by one, and they rarely appeared. When the Zongmen Grand competition begins, it will be another blockbuster. After all, the Zongmen Grand competition is related to the ranking of the peaks in the next period of time and affects the cultivation materials. Even if it is Yuntian's child, it is impossible to cause such a movement. Su Chongqing said again, and this person has already left. If he is a member of the sect, he will certainly not hide his identity. Elder, is it possible to keep up? What happened on Qingxian Peak this time is related. Last time. Lin Tianchen pondered slightly. In any case, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Yes. King Xuan Feng. Su Yun put Lang Yi into the house and left after making sure that her life was not in danger. Brother. Lu Juer came to face him. She has been in retreat for the past few days until she felt the influence of Bai Yuezong's soaring sword intent before she came out to take a look. What happened to junior sister Yi? That girl, I don't know why I rushed to the sword tower. Su Yun shook his head helplessly. Probably it was the sword intent in the body that inspired the sword intent of the sword tower. That scene, tisk tisk. Lu Juer nodded slightly. Junior sister Yi is a natural sword repairer, so she will naturally be attracted by the sword intent of the sword tower. Didn't the elder Zongmen actually ask? Su Yun said, haha, I brought the little junior sister back while they were not paying attention. They didn't know that it was our little junior sister. Is it? One entered the spiritual realm and brought Lang Yi back without hiding everyone's eyes? Lu Juer was a little skeptical, but when he thought of Su Yun's situation in the sect, no one would think that this kind of thing would be related to him, and naturally would not care about his appearance. Brother, I plan to set up a spiritual gathering formation in your house to help you cultivate. Spirit gathering formation? That stuff sect training room is there, don't you need to specially set it up? Zongmen training room. A trace of contempt flashed in Lu Juer's eyes. Can those broken formations be called formations? From her point of view, the spirit gathering array arranged by the sect was not as rich as the upper realm's normal situation. Considering that Su Yun's cultivation aptitude was mediocre, the process of Shifang Zhen Prison Jin's physique reforming was too long. So Lu Juer planned to arrange a formation for Su Yun that could gather spirits about 10 times. Okay, tell me what materials are needed. By the way, you can also arrange one for Yi. Lu Juer glanced at Lang Yi's house and nodded gently. In the next few days, Bai Yuezong was full of rumors about the sword tower. The 1000 kills sword array was activated, and the sword intent rose to the sky. Which talented sword repairer caused it? I think it should be senior brother Yuntian. He is the leader of our younger generation. I heard that he reached the peak of sword power a year ago. I feel like senior sister Qing Ling. She has already mastered the frost sword skill with one hand, and maybe she has understood the meaning of the sword. Furious and cold. Why does it have to be sword intent? When will we be able to stand up with sword intent? Speak carefully. The elders have ordered that no more talk about the sword tower. Lin Tianchen also had a headache. He vaguely felt that Bai Yuezong was being stared at by some mysterious person. Some time ago, the punishment of heaven has not been checked, this will be under the eyelids, and the sword tower will be moved by others. Fortunately, the other party didn't have any malicious intentions. Apart from making some noise, Bai Yuezong didn't lose much. King Xuanfeng. The initiator of all this, Lang Yi looked at the long sword handed over by Su Yun without a word. The hilt of the sword is azure blue, carved with a lotus pattern, and the body of the sword is shining with a hint of cold light, and you can see that it is not a common product. What's the matter? Su Yun chuckled. Starting from today, senior brother will teach you how to practice swordsmanship. Chapter 42. Brother, this sword is extraordinary, right? Looking at this sword, Lang Yi was slightly lost. Fortunately, it's just a middle-grade spirit weapon. Master gave me a lot of them back then, and I can't use it. Although the beautiful master is very irresponsible in teaching, she is not stingy in giving things. In the past few years, the spirit pills and spirit tools that Su Yun had obtained from Yakui's hands were all piled up into mountains. If these were known by Lin Tianchen and other senior officials of Bai Yuezong, it is estimated that he would have to vomit blood. Prodigal. With these resources, Bai Yuezong's strength can almost rise to a higher level. In the end, Yu Kui threw them all to Su Yun. Are you angry? Thank you, brother. Lang Yi said softly. After getting along these days, compared to when she first went up the mountain, her temper was much milder. Of course, to the outside world, it still looks cold. Brother, last time in the sword tower, nothing happened, right? She hadn't left King Xuanfeng in the past 2 days, so naturally she didn't know that the sect had already exploded. What can you do? You don't have to worry about anything else. I have a senior brother. Su Yun smiled lightly. By the way, this sword classic of Giwen is specially confessed to you by the master. It should be suitable for you. You practice. Lang Yi silently accepted. The gratitude to Su Yun was even more in his heart. During this period of time, she could feel that her beautiful brother had been taking care of her carefully. Even to take care of her, she can't even spare time for cultivation. What a good brother! For my own sake, I didn't even go to practice. As a monk, this is enough to pay. Brother. Lang Yi pursed his mouth and was slightly silent. Junior sister has doubts in her heart. Oh. Su Yun chuckled, if you have any doubts, please let me know, senior brother will answer them for you. Brother, you once said that the sword is sharp and the sword is in your hand, as it is to move forward and fear all dangers, even if the abyss ahead, it is a fight against the water. Swordsmen must have a sword in their heart, and I feel that the sword in my heart is a murderous sword. If my junior sister kills someone with a sword in the future, and she is dead, and there is no way to escape, how to solve it? Su Yun smiled slightly, if this is the case, senior brother will make a way for you. P.S. Let's talk about the protagonist's plug-in, not only the system, but also his juniors and masters. The protagonist will not keep low-key is common, high-key is common, but the plot is not there yet. Brother, don't worry, the author tries his best to write what everyone wants to see, and continue to explode today. Chapter 22 Realm Improvement, open the axe second more, ask for everything. System, settlement. Reminder, yesterday's practice was settled, the perception of the way of returning to the common was increased, breaking through the current state, 8 times the critical strike reward, and the cultivation base increased by 80 years. Congratulations to the host's promotion to the 8th level of Gifendeo Jing, rewarding the Emperor's unique knowledge of cultivating the axe. Su Yun pushed open the door. A spirit surging in the body. Booming. Reiki rolled up countless fallen leaves in the yard. He smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and pressed down, and his aura suddenly converged, and under the influence of Giffen Taoism, he was like a mortal. System panel. Host, Su Yun. Qualification, ordinary. Bloodline, mortal. Cultivation, late transcendent realm. Gongfa, Gifendeo Jing. Absolute learning, return to fan artistic conception, consummation, Shi Fang Zhen prison power, introduction. Finally broke through. It seems that the interaction with junior sister yesterday was not in vain. For the promotion of Giffen Taoism, the basic reward is still 10 years. Has it come to an end? However, this mortal axe method should be good. Su Yun thought slightly. When he first came across, his basic reward was only 4 years. As the realm of Gifendeijing improves and then slowly increases, the basic rewards also increase. But 10 years seems to have come to an end. However, the multiplier of crit hits is getting higher and higher. In addition, besides the cultivation base, there are finally other rewards. It's just right, it lacks some means of attack. Chapter 43. After condensing his breath, Su Yun stretched out and began to ponder the cultivation of the common axe technique. These days, the atmosphere in the White Moon sect gradually changed. It seems that they are warming up for the upcoming Zongmen Grand Competition. There are fewer people wandering around on weekdays, and the sword tower and training room are almost overcrowded. Even, recently rumored in the sect that the young master uncle of King Xuanfeng has begun to work hard. As usual, take a walk every day, take a look here and there, and feel free to go. But now for a long time, no Su Yun wandered down the mountain. Everyone speculated that what happened to King Xuanfeng now. But when I want to return, the young master uncle has mediocre aptitude, even if he doesn't practice, he still has the name of the first big disciple of Yi Feng. Natural resources, environment, and so on. Unlike them, a pill has to be broken into 2 halves to use it. In a fantasy world, the weak eat the strong. Although the atmosphere in the Baihu sect was harmonious, there were not so many intrigues. But people with outstanding talents and powerful people are naturally treated differently. For ordinary disciples, the Zongmen Grand Competition is like an opportunity to leap into a dragon. Show off talent, achieve results, and luck. If any elder regards him as a closed disciple, everything will be different in the future. Cultivation, 3 points of talent, 3 points of chance, 3 points of hard work, and 1 point is something mysterious and mysterious. Like this, a month passed away quietly. This day. King Xuanfeng, wooden house. A sharp air rose into the sky, sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground, turning into sharp edges and dispersing them all around. Lang Yi stood in a clearing with a sword, unmoved, with the natural momentum. The sound of swords breaking through the air rang out in the air, and in an instant, an icy chill came, killing and terrifying. The sword is great. The road to Kendo starts from the most basic swordsmanship, and the next level is sword power. After condensing the sword power, the swordsmanship is no longer restricted to fixed moves. Each blow condenses the essence of this set of swordsmanship, forming a unique momentum, using momentum to overwhelm others and breaking moves with momentum. The sword power is mysterious, and people who are not talented cannot comprehend it. Lang Yi was born with a sword body, and under the influence of the sword tower, the sword intent in his body was awakened. My junior sister is too evil. Seeing Lang Yi dancing sword in the distance, Su Yun couldn't help but let out a sigh. It has only been more than a month, and Lang Yi has jumped from a novice Xiaobai to an outstanding sword repairman on Qingxian Peak. This trick makes him much better than him. Su Yun only taught Lang Yi for 3 days at first, and then the realm of swordsmanship was surpassed by the latter. He once again realized what a natural sword repair is. With such a terrifying talent, coupled with the spirit-gathering array laid by Lu Juer, now Lang Yi's cultivation has reached the peak of the spiritual realm, and he has overwhelmed the great brother of King Xuanfeng on the bright side. Su Yun shook his head secretly, his mood was calm and there were no waves. A pot of wine, a sword at ease. He poured himself a glass of wine and muttered. When he first crossed over, he never thought of becoming an admired sword repairman. Isn't it happy to hold the sword and live a life freely? Unfortunately, the difference between people is bigger than the difference between people and pigs. When someone holds a sword, it is sword repair, and it is unique. If you hold a sword, it is called a fire stick, playing a monkey and watching a show. Brother! Su Yun was cut off by a bare hand before he even drank the wine. Lu Juerfen stared, "You are lazy here again. Haha, junior sister Juer, come here, sit down and have a drink with the senior brother." Su Yun smiled heartily. "Brother, you." Lu Juer helped her forward. She didn't know what to say. Obviously, Su Yun arranged a superior spirit-gathering array. There is also the support of the Holy Order. There are a lot of elixirs. But why didn't the brother practice? Lu Juer had already determined that Su Yun must be carrying some kind of Taoism on his back. Such a person, as long as the cultivation base is up, the artistic conception will naturally appear. Natural Dao body. I don't know how many people in upper realm envy. You know, cultivation qualifications can be improved, and even blood can be replaced by secret methods. It is difficult to take tricks only with Taoist artistic conception. Chapter 44. If Su Yun was born among the great forces of the upper realm, Lu Juer would be sure that those great forces would definitely spare no effort to cultivate Su Yun. The cultivation qualifications are mediocre? This is too simple for them. Did you see that mountain? It's all pill. Have you seen those ancient spirit beasts? Kill the body for you. The greatest advantage of the natural Dao body is that the realm will be improved in the future, and it will be far easier to master the Dao than the average person. If we say that the probability of a quasi-emperor being promoted to the great emperor is 1 in 10, then a quasi-emperor with a natural Dao body has at least 50% chance of being promoted. This is the gap. A great emperor, even in the upper realm, can subvert the universe, yin and yang. Stomping his feet, the upper realm will tremble 3 times. Sister Juer, let me tell you something. Su Yun didn't care about Lu Juer's thoughts, took her to sit down, and smiled, "Do you want to win honor for King Xuanfeng?" In no mood. Lu Juer's answer was simply and neat. Su Yun's expression was stagnant, and he poured a glass of wine for her, and said again and again, "Don't say that. You are now a disciple of King Xuanfeng, so you can do your brother a favor, how about?" Lu Juer picked up the wine glass and took a sip, pursing his mouth slightly. "Senior brother wants to talk about the sect competition in more than a month, right?" "Yes, this time, it may be related to the situation of King Xuanfeng. Although the senior does not want to care, but your master is actually a person with strong self-esteem. If you wait for her to come back and find that King Xuanfeng doesn't even have a peak, I have to take my skin off." Lu Juer nodded slightly. If this is the case, it is enough to have junior sister Yi here. Chapter 23 Zongmen Grand Competition. Third more, please support. Sister Jur thinks Yi is feasible. Su Yun pondered slightly. In the Zongmen Grand Competition, considering that his master might be upset, he still cared a lot. If it was Lu Juer to participate in the Zongmen Grand Competition, Su Yun was completely relieved. Although this girl has only been in the business for a few months, she has the appearance of a great emperor, and she has a great opportunity to cultivate her. 50 in front of the Zongmen in a mere manner, the hand came. But when it comes to Lang Yi, Su Yun has no bottom. Unless she can awaken the sword intent. With the current realm of Lang Yi and fighting with the Dachan swordsmanship, it would not be too difficult to defeat the Ningmei realm. But the Zongmen is in the top 50, and it is basically impossible without the cultivation base of the open mountain realm. Opening the mountain realm, coupled with some powerful moves, is obviously not something Lang Yi can deal with right now. After all, those who can be ranked in the top 50 of the sect are all the disciples cultivated by the peaks, so how could it be possible that the supernatural powers and skills are poor? Even, there are many who understand the existence of swordsmanship and swordsmanship. However, there are still more than a month, maybe this girl can continue to make waves. Recalling Lang Yi's desperate cultivation aura, Su Yun secretly shook his head. Is it okay? Brother will know if you look at it. Lu Juer smiled and didn't say much. The sunset is over the mountains, and the sky is full of sunshine. The daily life on Qingxian Peak passed day after day. In the morning, Su Yun called Lang Yi to explain to her about the grand competition of the sect. Why did senior brother let me go? Lang Yi's cold face was a little suspicious. Let senior sister Juer go, won't it be easy to get the ranking? After spending more than a month on the mountain, Lang Yi had his own judgment in his heart. Mysterious Master Lu Jur Shi Su Yun. Lu Juer has excellent talents and is also very hard-working in cultivation. The others in Bai Yuezong don't know, but Lang Yi is very clear about Lu Juer's strength. Standing in front of Lu Juer, with a powerful sword, she couldn't raise the thought of resistance even at all. As for Su Yun, Lang Yi can only sigh in his heart, my brother is too lazy. If Lu Juer heard it, he would definitely call an expert. Why don't brothers practice? Lang Yi asked Lu Juer this question more than once. During this time on the mountain, although Su Yun would practice sword practice occasionally, practice Shi Fang Zhen Zhen Jin. But most of the time, I am raising flowers to tease birds and chopping wood for cooking. How is this like a monk? As a junior sister, she is naturally not good at saying anything. So I want Lu Juer to remind me. As a result, Lu Juer could only help her forehead and sigh. Your senior sister Juer has another chance. Zongmen Dabi is your stage, not her stage. Su Yun smiled slightly, and the senior brother believes that you will definitely achieve good results for King Xuanfeng. Good. Lang Yi agreed cleanly. Chapter 45. In a flash, 1.5 months passed. During this time, Su Yun seemed to have returned to the days of living alone on the mountain. I feel the way to return to the common world every day, practice the axe technique, and occasionally go down the mountain and go round and round to exchange feelings with the brothers and sisters of the sect. It was Lin Tianchen, who had encountered Yu Jian several times, and was stopped by the latter to educate him every time. Senior nephew Su Yun, why is your cultivation level still not a little diligent in the past so long? Where are the pills and spirit stones I gave you? At this time, Su Yun would carry Lu Juer and Lang Yi out. After Lin Tianchen knew that it was Lang Yi who was participating in the battle on behalf of King Xuanfeng this time, his expression was strange. He wanted to say a few words, but then he thought about it, isn't Lang Yi the most talented person on King Xuanfeng? If Su Yun and Lu Juer were allowed to play, it would be totally useless. Therefore, he can only hope that the disciples recruited by junior sister Yukui will bring miracles to King Xuanfeng. On this day, Mao Shi. Lang Yi sat in the room, closed his eyes and condensed. In Lu Juer's room, the spiritual energy was rippling, and the quiet black inflammation hovered in the air. Juyu Phoenix closed his eyes slightly. Its existence made the space rippled, as if it was about to collapse at any time. Among the three, Su Yun's house was the quietest. Until the morning light breaks, the twilight disappears. Soo-yoon opened the door and stretched. System, settlement. Reminder, yesterday's practice settlement, 5 times the critical strike reward, the cultivation base will be increased for 50 years. Rumble. A huge breath circulated in Soo-yoon's body. Hey! He let out a sigh of relief, and the mood of Giffen was released, and his breath immediately converged in his body. In the early stage of nirvana. Soo-yoon smiled slightly. After Giffen Daojing broke through to the 8th level, his cultivation level also improved much faster. Of course, this has something to do with his constant learning from the 2 lovely juniors. If Lu Juer and Lang Yi hadn't been able to retreat, he might have been able to reach the middle of nirvana. It's a pity, a pity. Out of the house, as usual, picked up the axe outside the wooden house and walked into the woods. After a while, he dragged the firewood back, burned the fire, and made a meal. Lu Juer and Lang Yi came out of the house one after another. 2 pairs of peerless sisters, the former is introverted and elegant, revealing a high-level temperament faintly. The latter's eyes were cold, his temperament was cold, like a sword of frost, and the coldness was so thorough that he didn't even dare to take another look. Breakthrough. Soo-yoon looked at Lang Yi, an accident flashed across his eyebrows. Yet. Lang Yi nodded calmly, I had a chance to break through last night. In the early stage of the opening of the mountain. One way of practicing, the more difficult it is to improve as you go forward. But the rapid improvement of Lang Yi's cultivation level surprised Soo-yoon. Even with the help of the spirit gathering array, it would be too much. Is this the way to practice the heroine template? Loved love. As for Lu Juer, Soo-yoon could not see through. This girl's breath-gathering technique is extremely high, even if he looks at it, it is only in the late stage of the spiritual realm. Lang Yi had also practiced the breath-containing technique, but her realm was naturally inferior to Lu Juer, and Soo-yoon could easily see through it. Yes, not bad. With your current strength and Dachan swordsmanship, it must be no problem to break into the top 50 of the section. Brother. Lang Yi said calmly, I have already condensed the sword intent some time ago. Soo-yoon twitched his mouth. Fortunately, he is in a good mood. It's better to say that the heart has stopped. Anyway, these 2 juniors are all evildoers. Lu Juer pursed his lips, brother, have you forgotten what day is today? Haha. How come? Senior brother made a special meal, I wish senior sister Yi will get good grades. Soo-yoon laughed, little junior sister, you have to fight for your breath this time, otherwise master will come back and take a look at King Su and Feng. No, I have to peel my skin. A faint smile appeared on Lang Yi's cold face. Smoke rose from Qingxian Peak. It has just passed. When? A melodious bell came from inside the sect. Chapter 46. Soo-yoon stretched out his hand and waved, let's go. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, ask for everything. Chapter 24. Soo-yoon, give the opportunity to the juniors 4th more, please do everything. Above Uezong Square. The voice is full. The disciples of various peaks put aside their practice and gathered here. Even many talented disciples who went out to practice, also returned to the sect in time. Hey! Isn't that the unfeeling sword Wu Kei? I heard that he went to the Thundering Sea area a year ago to experience, and there has been no news. I didn't expect to come back. It's so strong, it seems that brother Wu Kei's cultivation is already unfathomable. Senior brother Wu Kei reached the state of great sword power a year ago. I don't know if he has comprehended Taoism. Look, that's senior brother Ye. I heard that senior brother Ye has condensed sword intent. I don't know if it is true or not. Senior brother Ye has been practicing on the 7th floor of the sword tower in recent months. Hi! The 7th floor of the Sword Tower. In a few years, I am afraid that it will not be able to rush to the 10th floor and get the inheritance of the ancestors. It's hard to say that the Sword Tower is level by level, and the higher it is, the more terrifying it is. The younger generation of our White Moon sect, it is rumored that only the head of the Sword Tower has reached the 9th level of the Sword Tower, but it is only an arrival. If senior brother Ye can successfully climb to the top, I'm afraid it will not be the first sword repair of Bai Yuezong in thousands of years. Front of the square. Lin Tianchen led the first seat of each peak to stride and sat on the main seat. Looking around, the disciples of each peak were full of energy, and his anger was as solid as a rock, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The disciples of the past few years are very good. Lin Tianchen smiled slightly. Within 10 years, Bai Yuezong will be among the top 20 sects in the Western Desolate region. A powerful sect, the cultivation of disciples, the background, one is indispensable. The most intuitive thing about the so-called background is the number of strong people in the sect. After thousands of years of precipitation, Bai Yuezong naturally has some of its own heritage. Let alone those ancestors who can't get out of retreat. Lin Tianchen, the strongest on the bright side, is rumored to be the pinnacle of the supernatural power state. But in fact, Lin Tianchen had already broken through the mountains and seas. It's just that it has been deliberately concealed and developed in a low-key manner. As for the disciples, it is also thriving, and the quality is higher than the previous one. Haha! What the head said is that with the current development trend of Bai Yuezong, 10 years is enough. Old Chen, why don't you see your genius disciple of the peak? Not in a hurry, the kid Qingling is already ready. Hey! I heard that the girl's sword intent has become small? You have to be careful, don't let your disciple capsize in the gutter. Old Su, you! Haha! The chief leaders had a great talk. Lin Tianchen also smiled slightly. The healthy competition between the peaks is a good thing. Only. He looked at the last empty place and sighed slightly. Head, when will junior sister Yukui come back? I don't know. Lin Tianchen shook his head, but junior sister once said that if she didn't return before the competition, junior nephew Suyun would take charge of King Suanfeng's work instead. This. Sister Yukui didn't want to pass the position of the first seat to nephew Suyun, right? The first thought, it's really possible. After all, it is helping to accept apprentices and presiding over the work. With Suyun's strength, he could serve as the top seat of the first peak. I'm afraid it's not a lot of trouble. Okay, don't say anything, wait until the younger sister comes back. Lin Tianchen waved his hand, then frowned slightly. Where are the people from King Suanfeng? As he was talking, there was a commotion in the square. In the distance, two figures wandered. A man and a woman. The man is handsome and handsome, his eyes are clear and clear, he wore a blue shirt swinging, looks like a fairy descending to the earth, but when you look closely, it looks simple and simple, not like a monk, but more like a scholar with a literary spirit. Women are gorgeous and superb, their eyes are like autumn water, their eyebrows are like distant daisies, and their backs are covered with blue silk, like a goddess, but their pretty face is cold and frosty, with a compelling breath that makes people afraid to look at it. The two appeared, and everyone's eyes lit up. There was a lot of noise in the square. It's Uncle Su. Uncle Su really came, and I heard that this Qingxian summit will participate in the Zongmen Grand Competition. Wu Uncle Su is still so handsome, but what if he is beaten by another disciple? Hey, whoever dares to shoot Uncle Su, I can't get around him. Me too, who would dare to attack Master Su, I'm absolutely not welcome. A group of women's legions drew their swords and looked around. It caused the male disciples to roll their eyes one by one. Chapter 47. They are the uncles of the masters, and they won't be able to fight if they want to fight. Naturally, there are people of the same seniority as Suyun in each peak. Besides, with Suyun's powerful strength, they didn't think Su-yun would participate in the competition. This guy. Lin Tianchen gave a wry smile. Every time something major happened, Su-yun's appearance would surely cause a commotion. Ah! It would be great if Master Su-yun's cultivation base could be as outstanding as his looks. Head, who is that girl? Lin Tianchen took a look and explained, here is the junior sister King Suanfeng I mentioned last time, the apprentice received by junior sister Yukui herself. Hiss! Just received it. It's only a few months now, why is the pulse congealing? Excellent talent. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. Head, has she already worshipped a teacher? I mean junior sister Yukui asked you to bring her back or? Lin Tianchen glanced at him and said faintly, if you want to grab someone, I won't stop it, just wait for junior sister Yukui to come back and explain to her yourself. That, forget it. Su Chongqing waved his hand awkwardly. Head. While speaking, Su-yun came to everyone. Lin Tianchen nodded and asked, why didn't you see Lu Jur? Sister Juer is about to break through, so she won't participate in this Zongmen Grand Contest. The disciples follow Master's will and let junior sister Yi participate. Who is Lu Juer? The reincarnation of the female emperor, the posture of the great emperor. How could it be possible to participate in this kind of competition? Su-yun also felt that people who had their own chances like Lu Juer would better develop wretched ones. On the contrary, it was Lang Yi, as the apprentice Yukui had personally collected, it was no surprise that he stood up to stir up the beam of King Suanfeng. What? She has sword intent? Is her cultivation so high? Don't ask, ask is that the master has a good vision and gave it back to the baby. Since it is the meaning of junior sister Yukui, let Lang Yi play on behalf of King Suanfeng. Senior nephew Su-yun, don't you participate? Head, I don't care, let's give the opportunity to those juniors. Including Lin Tianchen, the big heads took their mouths one after another. Junior? You are already an older generation, right? Lin Tianchen waved his hand, then sit down. Yukui was not there, and as King Suanfeng's agent, Su-yun was qualified to sit there. Now that everyone is here, let's start. The Baiuezong's peaks are the first, and they are also ranked according to their strength, serving as elders. At this time, the great elder Su Ming said loudly, all the disciples listen to the order, the Baiuezong contest, start now. P.S. The Zongmen Grand Tournament will not be too long. A few chapters will end. It is mainly for the development of the second junior sister's plot. Later, the rhythm will be accelerated. The protagonist's strength will be slowly discovered by the junior sisters. Of course, the protagonist will get more and more strong. After all, without the strongest strength, how do you protect the junior sister and master? Well, that's it, code words, brothers, come to support. Chapter 25 Master, will I release water later? First change, ask for everything. In the Baiuezong Grand Competition, the disciples of the major peaks participated in a unified draw, and then faced each other in a knockout match. After each round, draw lots again and the cycle continues. The competition is fierce, but the rewards are also very rich. All kinds of magical medicinal pills were taken out and used by Su Ming to motivate the participating disciples. The draw starts below. With Su Ming's announcement, under the arrangement of other elders, all participating disciples will be drawn in a unified manner. A total of 280 disciples participated this time. Most of the cultivation bases are in the spirit realm, and the condensing vessel realm cultivation base also occupies about 3 levels. Lin Tianqing's voice echoed in the ears of the elders. Naturally, it was heard by Su-yun. Of course he knew what Lin Tianchen meant. Only the condensed pulse realm could squeeze out Lang Yi. Not to mention that there are still disciples in the open mountain realm. Lang Yi wants to take the top 50, hang. As he was talking, an outer door elder shouted loudly, Number 5 Arena, Number 5 versus No 6. A total of 10 arenas were placed on the square, and competitions were conducted at the same time. At this time, as the outer door elder announced, Lang Yi walked onto the ring with a sword in his hand. As soon as she appeared, she almost attracted the attention of most people in the past. Hey! Isn't that the girl with Uncle Su? She is also a disciple of King Xuanfeng, how come she has never seen it before? It should be, the last time I saw Master Su walking with her in the section. Chapter 48. Hey! A man and a woman are walking in the sect, the truth turned out to be. Are you looking for death? If you are heard by those senior sisters, you have to hang you under the mountain gate for 7 days and 7 nights. Don't, I was wrong. Lang Yi's eyes were calm and his complexion was cold. I turned a deaf ear to the surrounding discussions. In the audience, a disciple of Baiyu Ezong and Tsing Yi was taken aback. Master, my first battle was King Xuanfeng's junior sister, what can I do? Whatever you should do. An elder next to him said, Zongmen Grand Competition, no matter what your status is, everyone is equal when you go to power. You can just defeat her and get promoted. Master, shall I release the water later? The elder pondered slightly, as if he was a little worried about the existence of King Xuanfeng. After all, the first seat of that's, but even the head must be courteous for 3 points. Release a little bit, but remember not to go too far, just win, don't let that girl lose too ugly. Good Le. With the consent of his master, this disciple kicked the ground, swung his sword, and fell onto the stage. The action is chic, like a sword fairy. Immediately, he smiled slightly and said, this junior, Zhao Cai, a disciple of Xiaosuanji Peak, please enlighten me. Lang Yi said calmly, King Xuanfeng disciple Lang Yi, please enlighten me. Who do you think will win? Lin Tianchen also noticed here. There was not much suspense in the other arena battles, but Lang Yi's side, because of King Xuanfeng's relationship, naturally attracted much attention. From the point of view of cultivation base alone, Zhao Cai is very cold and eager. The same is true for actual combat experience, right? What do you think of nephew Su Yun? These elders naturally know in their hearts. How can a novice who has just been promoted to the coagulation stage be able to beat the cultivator in the middle stage of the coagulation stage? Think about it with your feet. Su Yun smiled slightly, there should be no suspense. The elders nodded. They thought that Su Yun had no suspense and that Lang Yi would lose. Only Lin Tianchen took a deep look at Su Yun. He wasn't suspicious of Su Yun, it was purely because of Yukui. As a senior, he knew very well that this little junior sister would never do anything unsure. Start! The elder of the 5th ring announced. On the ring, the two stood facing each other. No shots were made. Lang Yi couldn't make a move because she had too little experience with the enemy, and Lu Jur had only practiced with her a few times. As for Zhao Cai, standing with his hand, he smiled and said, Junior sister, let's do it first. Fuck, this guy is so pretentious. Zhao Cai, don't you pretend to die. That is, if we have the ability, we will fight for 300 rounds in 2 battles. Zhao Cai pretended to be up, and all the male disciples in the audience were suddenly upset. What is this called? What people want? On one side is a wretched man who likes to pretend to criticize. On one side is the peerless young junior sister. Needless to say who should support? Zhao Cai curled his lips. This was his master's tacit behavior. How could he pretend to be a fellow senior fellow? Was thinking about it. A dazzling light flashed by. Lang Yi shot. Seeing the long sword in his hand dancing, and in an instant, as if countless swords were pierced over, Zhao Cai's eyes flashed and he was taken aback. Normalization. Lang Yi gave a low voice. Hey! The tip of the sword broke through Zhao Cai's defense, pointed straight at the center of his eyebrows, and finally stopped at a distance of less than 1 centimeter. Zhao Cai could even feel the faint glow on the tip of the sword. Guru! He swallowed hard. Hiss! Chapter 49. Chapter 50. Lin Tianchen has no plan to stop it, and it will be a big deal to discuss it as appropriate. Game start. The elder referee announced loudly. Sister Ling, please enlighten me. Ning Yuan's eyes were calm, and there seemed to be a fierce momentum burst out of his body. He had watched Lang Yi's battle, and knew that this beautiful junior girl was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Brother Ning, please. Lang Yi's tone was flat, his expression unchanged. Upon seeing this, Ning Yuan's eyes condensed, and he didn't say anything more, holding up a sword flower in his long sword. Hi! A sword pierced out, and 6 sword lights appeared. Hi! It's the shadow sword. 6 sword shadows, senior brother Ning Yuan Jueying sword has become a big success. Junior sister Lang is in danger. Ding ding ding. There was a crisp noise. Ning Yuan's 6 sword shadows were instantly deciphered by Lang Yi. He was slightly surprised. What a fast sword! He shot first, then Lang Yi shot. Unexpectedly he could instantly see the flaw, and retaliated. Wrong. Fuck. Junior sister Lang's strength just now. The pinnacle of pulse condensing? Junior sister Lang actually hides her cultivation base. Hiss, wasn't it the late stage of pulse coagulation before? Fart. It was the initial stage of pulse condensing at first. So what is the realm of junior sister Lang? There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Ning Yuan's eyes sank. At this moment, Ning Yuan completely put away his contempt. The momentum sank, and a clear breeze passed. Foul willow. The sword shadow was elusive, and the speed was extremely fast. This move, the fusion of sword power is used. Before the sword arrives, the breath will completely lock Lang Yi, and it is inevitable to avoid it. Everyone held their breath and stared firmly. Ning Yuan's sword power was great, and the power of this blow was expected. But how should Lang Yi solve it? Normalization. With a low drink, Lang Yi twisted his wrist, and at the same time pierced countless sword lights, facing the momentum. A series of sword shadows collided in the air, dazzling people. Swordsmanship! An exclamation sounded. My God, how big is this girl? Actually understand the sword power. And it's still the pinnacle of sword power. I'm afraid it's not going to condense sword intent soon, right? Head, didn't you say that she has only cultivated for a few months? Lin Tianchen, who was sitting above the square, shook his hand. He twitched his mouth slightly. You ask me, who do I ask? I want to know too. Probably before going up the mountain, junior sister Yukoi already taught her to practice sword. Lin Tianchen gave a more reliable answer. However, only Su Yun knew the true situation. Don't ask, ask is evil. Not long after, the winner in the ring was divided. Although Lang Yi's cultivation base was 1 point worse, her peak sword power overwhelmed Ning Yuan. The same sword repair, the suppression of the realm of swordsmanship, is more effective than the suppression of the cultivation base. I lost. Ning Yuan held his fist and was convinced. Concession. Lang Yi nodded lightly, met everyone's gaze, turned and walked off the stage. Chapter 51. Her first 3 rounds of competition have ended, and the rest is the key ranking battle starting tomorrow. So she has no schedule for today. However, Lang Yi seemed to intend to observe other people fighting and did not leave. Head, elders, I will leave first. Su Yun glanced at her, then stood up. Lin Tianchen raised his eyelids. You don't look at it anymore. Don't watch it. I'll come back when the junior sister competes tomorrow. Also. Lin Tianchen nodded slightly. He knew Su Yun's temperament, so he didn't like to mix things up with this kind of thing. "Brother, why did you come back early?" On Qingxian Peak, Lu Jur asked curiously when Yun came back. "Junior sister Yi broke into the top 50, come back and tell you." Lu Juer was speechless. Is it necessary to come back specifically for this kind of thing? In her opinion, with Lang Yi's strength, not making the top 10 is definitely a release. However, she felt that Yun did not specifically talk about this. "Junior sister." Yun sat down on the wooden chair and suddenly asked, "You said, should a person fight in this lifetime?" Lu Juer groaned slightly, not knowing how to answer. Compete with each other for fame and fortune, prosperity and wealth. People compete with the land for a rich, full, and healthy stomach. Human fights against the sky to change one's fate, and proves the Taoist posture. No matter what you are fighting for, it has a very clear purpose. Sometimes when you don't fight, others force you to fight, because others are fighting for what you have. Yun's words made Lu Juer feel full of thoughts. These principles are ordinary principles, but they are also ordinary principles. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she wondered, "Why do you think so?" Yun's eyes were flat and looked straight into the distance. "I just watched the younger sister fight, with firm eyes, a sword in my heart, domineering. Little junior sister is a natural sword repairman, this is normal." "Indeed, but I found out that the younger sisters are also fighting." "What are you fighting for?" "Strive for first." Looking down one morning, Yun found that Lang Yi's actions were persistent and firm. Her eyes, her heart, and the sword in her hand are all looking for one thing: becoming stronger. To win the first place, nature can become stronger. Little junior sister has a deep attachment in her heart. Yun sighed faintly, and said no more. Lu Juer thought slightly, looking at Yun, full of doubts. She suddenly discovered that her senior brother seemed to be more unfathomable than he had imagined. Is it really just because of the natural Dao body? In the evening, the sky was full of sunshine. After watching the other disciples fighting, Lang Yi went to the sword tower before returning to Qingxian Peak. At this time, Qingxian Peak was still calm. It's just that the smoke-smelling scene of the past is gone. Just thinking about it, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yun. Lang Yi was taken aback for a moment. She didn't even find out when Yun stood there. "I'm back." Yun smiled lightly. "How do you feel?" "Brother." Lang Yi thought for a while, then said, "It's difficult." "What is difficult?" "It's hard to win the championship." "Why do you want to win the championship?" Lang Yi bowed his head and said nothing. She wanted to become stronger, and then she stopped her obsession. For this reason, the sword in his hand cannot be stopped, nor can he shrink back. In that case, Yun turned around and said in a calm tone, "Let the brother teach you to become stronger." Chapter 52. P.S. 2,500 words, another big chapter. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, ask for everything, brothers ask for support. Chapter 27. What is the realm of brother? Number 3, ask for everything. Lang Yi followed Yun with some curiosity. She wanted to go back to the house to practice, to be proficient in sword intent. Watching the game this afternoon, she found that there were many sword intent people in the sect, and the cultivation base was higher than her. Relying on the Giwenji Undian, perhaps a good result can be achieved. But it is still difficult to win the championship. Where are the brothers taking me? Lang Yi was puzzled. After all, she really had some doubts about Yun's words. The unremarkable brother actually wants to teach her to become stronger? Let's stop here. Yun brought Lang Yi to an open space. For a long time, Yun just allowed the two juniors to practice on their own. Lu Juer is a great emperor, and he has great opportunities, so he naturally doesn't need him to teach. Can be different coldly. Although this girl is born with a sword body, her strength is weak and she started from scratch. It is not a matter of overnight that she wants to become stronger. Soo-yoon wanted her to grow up slowly. But watching the game today, I found that Lang Yi's obsession was deeper than he expected. In addition, Lang Yi is a natural sword repairer and has an upright temper. What if you accidentally get into a dead end and make a fool of yourself? Not to mention his own guilt, when the beautiful master comes back, crying, making trouble, and hanging himself. In addition, brothers should bear this responsibility. This is what brother is all about. Junior sister, what level of kendo artistic conception have you realized? Brother back, it's just an introductory state. Getting started. Soo-yoon nodded slightly, knowing when there were more wood-chopping axes in his hand. Try attacking me with a sword. Rao is Lang Yi's cold temperament, and now he is surprised. Brother let himself attack him with a sword? Soo-yoon smiled lightly, don't worry, brother, I won't be hurt by your sword yet. This. Bring it on. Soo-yoon stood calmly on the spot holding a firewood axe in his hand. Gives an ordinary and simple feeling. It's almost the same as Chafu. If it weren't for that handsome face, it was hard to imagine that he turned out to be a monk. With an axe, it's Chafu. What if I put on a sword? Lang Yi had the illusion that if he replaced the axe in Soo-yoon's hand with a growth sword, he would be a peerless sword repairman. Brother is a peerless sword repairer? A faint light flashed in Lang Yi's eyes. It seemed to see Soo-yoon's unparalleled independence and proudly peak posture. Wrong. She shook her head. Looking back, Soo-yoon still smiled, standing quietly in the distance. What's happening here? Lang Yi was shocked. She found that she couldn't lift a sword against Soo-yoon. Sword holders are sword repairers. The sword of Jiangsu is the direction of the heart. There are thoughts in the heart, or anger, or killing intent, or learning, and the sword moves with the heart. Conversely, if there is no such idea in his heart, the sword in his hand will naturally not be able to pierce it out. At this moment, Lang Yi looked at Soo-yoon, but he couldn't even think of piercing the sword. Brother, I forgot what I said. If you are a sword, you must have a sword in your heart. If you have a sword in your heart, everything can be a sword. Don't fix your eyes on the sword in your hand. Before you get out of the sword, ask your heart. Ask your heart. Lang Yi murmured. Chapter 53. The sword moves with the heart. She put down the sword mentioned in midair, and then closed her eyes. Is this enlightened? Soo-yoon was speechless. He still has a lot of last reason not to say. Sure enough, it is an evildoer. Seeing Lang Yi sinking into comprehension, Soo-yoon waited with an axe in his hand. An hour. 2 hours. The night is getting darker. From a distance, Lu Jur, who sensed the situation here, looked curiously. What are you doing, brother? She was not Lang Yi, and she didn't have the kind of mood that she felt when she first faced Soo-yoon. But watching Lang Yi sink into an epiphany, it was obvious that Soo-yoon did something. Was thinking about it. The sound of a sword sound resounded. Kang. Lang Yi opened his eyes fiercely, his eyes were as plain as water, without joy or sorrow, without him or me. No self-consciousness. At this moment, the long sword in his hand was deflected. Reflected in the faint moonlight, exuding a dazzling cold light. Brother. Lang Yi's voice was cold. Bring it on. Soo-yoon laughed loudly. Ding. The moment he raised his hand, Lang Yi's sword tip had already pierced over. The sword and axe collided, making a crisp sound, and swayed around. Lu Juer was suddenly surprised. Is this brother? In the open space in the distance, Lang Yi, who entered the selfless mood, pierced out the sword light. The speed is extremely fast, the sword shadow is hidden in the dark night, and it is not clear at all. But Su Yun was able to stop it easily. What surprised Lu Juer was that she actually couldn't understand Su Yun's cultivation base at the moment. Generally speaking, attack or defense, as long as you use aura, you can definitely burst out the realm of cultivation in an instant. Even if it is deliberately concealed, it will reveal something. But Lu Juer couldn't feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from Su Yun. Everything is all. It doesn't matter whether it is fighting or practicing. Everything is like ordinary life, and it belongs to the ordinary. The aura completely converges in the body. This kind of artistic conception was realized by Su Yun after reaching the 8th level of the Giffen Taoism. Even Lu Juer, who has the posture of a great emperor, can't tell from her eyes. Lu Juer looked more and more surprised. She finally realized how powerful the seemingly ordinary brothers were. The last time I was punished, and when I condensed the 9 nether blood mark, it was definitely the senior brother who made the shot. Lu Juer muttered to himself. When? There was a long and crisp sound. In the distance, Lang Yi and Su Yun separated. The former flew out, regaining clarity in his eyes. Her selfless mood is too shallow to last too long. But just in this brief contest, deep down under the influence of Giffen's artistic conception, Lang Yi's perception of Wu Mei sword intent sword. Sword intent is small, not bad. Su Yun smiled slightly. Okay, let's stop here. Tonight, you can understand it and consolidate it. Lang Yi took a deep look at Su Yun. Thank you, brother, for your guidance. Thank you. Su Yun waved his hand nonchalantly. Isn't it normal for a senior to guide a younger sister? Okay, I'm going to sleep. After that, Su Yun carried his axe and walked towards the wooden house. Chapter 54. When he walked away, Lu Juer, who had reacted, hurriedly came to Lang Yi. Senior sister. She asked, what is the realm of brother? She can't feel it. But Lang Yi, who was fighting with Su Yun, might know better than her. However, Lang Yi was silent for a long time. Finally shook his head. I don't know. When I competed with my brother, I felt like my brother was like a lake. Lake. It's as calm as a lake, unfathomable. Chapter 28. Junior sister, you are superficial. Fourth more, ask for everything. Early the next morning. System, settlement. Reminder, yesterday's practice settlement, 20 times the critical strike reward, the cultivation base increased by 200 years. Feeling a powerful aura pouring into his body, Su Yun felt a little sign. System, did you make a mistake? 20 times? You know, he used to be only 10 times the highest. And only once. Usually only 4 or 5 times. The system can't go wrong. The host gave Lang Yi's guidance yesterday to deepen his understanding of the way to the world, so there is this reward. I see. Su Yun stroked his chin. After a little surprise, the mood quickly returned to normal. Indeed, when coaching Lang Yi last night, he himself felt different. It turns out that I have deepened my understanding of the way of returning to the common world without knowing it. The meaning of the Tao is profound and profound. Well, it seems that we still have to love the juniors more in the future. Stretching, Su Yun walked out of the room. As soon as I left, I heard a sound of screaming swords. In the distance, Lang Yi was practicing with his sword. Brother. Lu Juer blocked the door and caught him. Junior sister Juer, what's the matter? Su Yun was a little confused. Did anyone offend you early in the morning? Tell the brother will help you teach him. You. I. Su Yun spread his hands to express his innocence. I didn't do anything to apologize to the juniors. Brother, you are obviously so powerful. Lu Juer said with an unhappy expression, I have always kept such a high level of cultivation from me. Fortunately, I have been worrying about you, brother, and even specially arranged the formation for senior brother. Result. Lu Juer pouted. Since going up the mountain, she has always felt that Soo-yoon is really good to herself. Reincarnated and rehabilitated for a lifetime, Lu Juer also attached great importance to the brother Soo-yoon. But in the end, Soo-yoon kept hiding from her. Let her do everything, feel like a clown. You said this. Soo-yoon said sternly, senior sister Juer, you don't really think that senior brother I am very good, do you? Is not it? Even Lin Tianchen and Lu Juer could see his cultivation. But only Soo-yoon couldn't see through. Doesn't that prove that Soo-yoon's strength is at least transcendent? Coupled with the inexplicable mood on her body, Lu Juer came to a very definite conclusion, my brother really looks like a great emperor. Would such a person be ordinary? Superficial? Sister, you are too superficial. Soo-yoon shook his head lightly, his face serious. Senior brother's cultivation base, not to mention the unreachable upper realm, even in this middle youth realm, there is a lot more powerful than the senior brother. Brother did not deliberately conceal it, but there is no need to reveal it. What are our cultivators for? Is it just showing off in front of outsiders? It should be noted that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. Someday there will be a more powerful one, and you will get rid of your brother and me, and the ashes will be raised. In fact, Soo-yoon didn't even think about hiding anything. Mainly it is troublesome. Chapter 55. If Lin Tianchen and the others were to know their true cultivation level, 80% of them would bring their disciples to see each other every day. By then, his ordinary life will not be ruined. However, there is nothing to hide from my juniors. The main reason is that his cultivation is relatively fast. It doesn't seem to be easy to say. Extraordinary this year, nirvana next year, good luck in the next year? After hearing Soo-yoon's words, Lu Juer pursed his mouth. Actually think it makes sense. The fantasy world is full of crises, there are people outside the world, and there are heaven outside the sky. She knows this naturally. Putting it on the upper bound, the only extraordinary people must keep their heads down when they walk. It seems that the brother has his own vision. Senior sister is stupid. Lu Juer was also very open-minded, and smiled at this moment, speaking of which, I haven't thanked the senior brother for helping before. Haha, don't mind, we King Suanfeng, we are a family going up the mountain, you don't need to be too polite, if there is another day to punish you, you can tell the brother. Soo-yoon laughed, waved his hand and walked out of chopping wood to cook. The corners of Lu Juer's mouth lightly raised. In the distance, Lang Yi glanced at this side, and then continued to practice the sword. Zongmen Grand Competition continues. Above Baiuezong Square, Great Elder Su Ming announced loudly. Participants line up to draw lots. Below, 35 young elites, including Lang Yi, came to the stage to draw lots one by one. Soon, the results of the draw came out. Lang Yi's luck exploded, unexpectedly by. As a result, after the fourth round of the competition, he was the only disciple who entered the first fifth round with the coagulation state. In addition to her, the remaining 17 people, the lowest is also the early stage of the mountain. This picture made those disciples cry. Sure enough, she is beautiful, and God will take care of her. The fifth round of competition begins. The great elder shouted loudly. You said, who can get the first place? An elder asked. It should be Yuntian. From the current point of view, he has understood the sword intent and has the cultivation level of the mid-opening mountain realm. I don't think so, Kingling's frost sword intent is no worse than Yuntian, and his cultivation level is not much different. Don't forget the unfeeling sword Wu Kei, who has gone out for a year of experience, with his insight, the possibility of comprehending the meaning of the sword is very high. Look, these juniors will not easily reveal their whole cards until the last minute. When you go out, you naturally have to have a whole card next to you. It's the same even in the sect. After all, like this kind of big competition, if someone else touches you to the heart, it is very dangerous if there is not much difference in strength. So, don't watch the lively play before. But who can guarantee what moves they are hiding? Even the disciples who watched the battle knew this kind of thing. So they are looking forward to the next contest. Hey? Junior sister Lang looks a bit different today. Is it different? As beautiful as yesterday. I'm talking about temperament. Temperament. Hey, you are sure to say so. Hiss. What's wrong? It's nothing, junior sister Lang walked over just now, I just wanted to take a breath of immortality. Roll. After Su Yun's training yesterday, Lang Yi's temperament has indeed changed a lot. If yesterday was an unsheathed sword, so today, the sword is in its sheath, and the edge is restrained. Interesting, interesting. Lin Tianchen and others smiled and talked. In a short while, the draw is over. The first battle, Ya Yuntian vs Su Hao. Ya Yuntian appeared in white clothes, and the Qing Feng sword in his hand lit up, quite a bit of a sword fairy, and immediately attracted a burst of female disciples' eyes. As for Su Hao, he was relatively calm and introverted, and he was not famous. Chapter 56. I remember that Su Hao practiced boxing. On the viewing platform, an elder said suddenly. Brother Head, Su Hao belongs to you, right? Lin Tianchen smiled slightly, just look at it and you'll know. With his smile, everyone knew there must be something tricky. As predicted. Not long after the battle, the situation that I thought was one-sided, but it showed a picture of evenness. Hi! Senior brother Su Hao is already in the late stage of the mountain realm. And the fist has reached its peak state, it is extremely fierce. Why do I have a rumbling and calm feeling like a rolling stone? Senior brother Su Hao's fist is very strong. In the later stage of the open mountain realm, the highest cultivation level has been demonstrated so far. Matched with the realm of the pinnacle of power. Forcing Ye Yuntian to exert all his strength. Broken waves. The sword light was like a broken mark in autumn water, and instantly penetrated the shadow of Su Hao's fist. Boom! Su Hao flew out, vomiting a touch of blood in his mouth. Ye Yuntian Chen. On the stage, Su Yun gave a tut. Ye and Su are worthy of being the characters with the surnames of the two main protagonists, and their shots are really extraordinary. In fantasy novels, Su Hao is the protagonist template with a calm personality. If you don't call it, it's a blockbuster. As for Ye Yuntian, this kid feels like cannon fodder no matter how he looks. Next game, Lang Yi will face Su Qingling, the referee announced loudly. P.S. Number 4, please support. Chapter 29 Fairies Fight, Fart is Fragrant. First update, please support. Su Qingling. Just like her name, there is a feeling of light and dust. In addition, he has practiced the ice technique, and his temperament is as cold as frost, just like a fairy. And her strength is as good as her appearance. According to the ranking and everyone's impression, Su Qingling must be a strong competitor in the top 3 this time. As for Lang Yi, he was the dark horse of this sect competition. With the cultivation base of the late stage of the Ning vessel realm, he abruptly squeezed into the top 20 ranks. Although many people expected Lang Yi to continue in the dark, but when he met Su Qingling, it was probably still more fortunate than fortune. Hey, junior sister Lang is not very lucky, she actually met senior sister Su. In fact, it's the same. After all, junior sister Lang had a bye. This fully illustrates the truth that luck is conserved. But the battle between senior sister Su and senior sister Lang is still very exciting. These disciples discussed one by one. Some are a pity for Lang Yi. Some think it's normal. Can't the goddess of luck always look after you every time, right? But no matter who it is, they are full of expectations for the next game. Nothing else, it's just that these two people are so beautiful. She looks good and has aloof temperament, just like a fairy. Fairies fight, fart is fragrant. Please come to the stage for the participating disciples. The referee shouted. The next moment, a figure on each side of the ring fell. What? Su Yun looked at Su Qingling with surprise. This girl didn't pay much attention before, and she didn't expect that it was also a cultivation base in the middle of the mountain realm. His body was filled with the meaning of frost, and the sword intent was as cold as piercing, which was very powerful. How does Master Nephew Su Yun feel about this competition? A leader next to him asked with a smile. This question was just a casual conversation. He naturally didn't expect Su Yun to see anything. It goes without saying that of course my junior sister is better. This. Chapter 57. The first Tianheng Mountain smiled helplessly. Senior nephew Su Yun, you may not know that Su Qingling is Elder Chen's proud disciple. He has a high level of cultivation, and he understands sword intent at a young age, so. Su Yun curled his lips. Sword intent? Is that strange thing? Naturally strange, the realm that ordinary monks can comprehend momentum is already very good, the artistic conception is still above the momentum, it can be said to be 1 in a million, every monk who can comprehend the artistic conception can be called a leader of the same generation. Tianheng Mountain's first one can't wait to pull up Su Yun and talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights. As a result, I heard a tumult in the audience. Fuck. Am I blind? How do I see? It's the sword intent. Junior sister Lang actually realized the sword intent. After several rounds of trial and error in the arena, Su Qingling resorted to a trick. She saw her body surrounded by frost, and the cold and threatening aura turned into a sharp blade and shot towards Lang Yi. And the latter is not in a hurry. The whole sentiment is converged, there is no sadness or joy in his eyes, no him and no self. It is a manifestation of the selfless sword intent. Immersed in the selfless sword intent, Lang Yi's moves are not as fancy as Su Qingling. Point your toes. There was a sound of sword rumbling under his feet, which was the high-level body technique dedicated to sword repair 9 steps with sword steps. Su Yun remembered that Lu Juer gave Lang Yi this set of physique. It seems that only after comprehending the sword intent, can he fully demonstrate its power. There are 9 steps in the cultivation of this body technique, and each step is a sword technique phantom. Hey! 3 after-images flashed past. Everyone just felt their eyes sway, and when Lang Yi appeared again, he was already close to Su Qingling. Normalization. Boom! The 2 sword intents collided, and there was a shocking explosion. Bang! The frost shattered. Su Qingling's figure flew upside down from the stage. Lang Yi Yushan! Wow! The disciples onlookers, the elders were stunned one by one. Hey! Lin Tianchen stood up with excitement. What kind of body is this? At least it is the quality of the ground level, right? There is also this sword trick, the more you look at it, the more mysterious it is. It is not our Bai Yuezong's at all. At this moment, the elders sitting on the observation platform shook their hands. If it weren't for Lang Yi's long-standing reputation, they would definitely desperate to people. Senior nephew Su Yun, do you know what sword technique Lang Yi practices? All the elders, including Lin Tianchen, looked over. Su Yun twitched his mouth. This is a special order from the master to give to the junior sister, and the disciples don't know. Ugh! What a pity, what a pity! An elder slapped his thigh. Master, junior sister Yukoi is not there. I suggest that Lang Yi go to other peaks to practice temporarily, and choose the best kendo practitioner in the sect to teach her. Yeah, this kind of talent is really rare. It can be said to be the most talented sword repairer since the establishment of our White Moon sect. It's only been more than 3 months. Not only did the cultivation base reach the open mountain realm, but even the sword intent was realized. This talent is second to none even if it is placed in the entire western desolate region, right? Of course, these elders would naturally think that Lang Yi had been carefully taught by Yukui before he came. Otherwise, it would not be the most talented sword repairer of Baiyuezong, but the most talented sword repairer of the entire western desolate region. Look at it and talk about it. Lin Tianchen pressed his hand. Looking at Lang Yi's gaze, there was also a strong expectation. The appearance of a genius disciple often implies the rise of a sect. After all, these talented disciples have a lot of luck. The benefits brought to the sect are not as simple as the strength of a single person. Seeing that Lin Tianchen was not making a decision for the time being, the elders looked at Suyun one after another. Master nephew Suyun, did your master say when you will return? Didn't say. Senior nephew Suyun, what can your master explain? For example, if she is not there, who will temporarily guide Lang Yi's practice instead of her? Chapter 58. Oh, that's something to say. The eyes of the elders lit up. Sister Yukui, what did she say? In response to the expectations of everyone, Suyun spread his hands. My master said that I will teach the younger sisters to practice. Elders. Lin Tianchen. You teach? Senior nephew Suyun, can we stop joking about such a major event? Yeah, I think that junior sister Yukui was also a contemporaneous existence, and now I also vaguely see her in Lenjiatu. Maybe in more than 10 or 2 decades, we Baiyuezong will be able to produce another junior sister Yukui. Suyun's master, Yukui, is also regarded as a legendary figure of Baiyuezong. These elders have nothing to say. Inferior skills means inferior skills. However, Yukui has a rather strange personality. He created the King Xuanfeng line and served as the first seat, but he was not in the sect for 3 days, and he did not even accept his disciples. These elders are afraid that Lang Yi will become the next Rain Sunflower. Senior nephew Suyun, if you can call the shots, let's do it all together. Yes, right. I've brewed some good wines in Xianjiafeng recently. Master nephew Suyun, why don't you go to my place and have a discussion together? Old Su, you don't care about it. What? My exchange of feelings with Master Suyun is also hindering you. Looking at these elders who were jealously arguing with thick necks. Then he looked at the Lang Yi who was standing on the ring, like an immortal. Suyun sighed slightly. My junior sister is too evil. P.S. adjusted the status and continued to explode. Thank you brothers for your flowers. Let's comment on the price ticket again. It's a bit less, hey. Chapter 30. The juniors all want me to whip them. Second more, please evaluate the flowers. The sect is in full swing. Because of Lang Yi's outbreak, everyone was shocked. It seems to light a certain switch. In the next competition, all the disciples who were not optimistic about it all broke out, and their opponents were caught off guard. However, there are still no surprises in the top batch of rankings. After the 5th round, 18 people adopted a circular system. This was also raised by Lin Tianchen suddenly. On the one hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to take a good look at how good the young disciples this year are. On the other hand, it seems to be involved in an important thing. Suyun didn't care too much when he heard the conversation of several elders. Next game, Ya Yuntian vs Wu Kei. In the crucial battle, Ya Qingyun, the younger generation's favorite disciple who won the championship, faced Wu Kei, the unfeeling swordsman. The two sides are playing dimly, ghosts crying, thundering, crackling. Well, it was actually Suyun's illusion, he didn't look at it carefully at all. What's so good about fighting between two big men? Women fighting is fun. Who is not an LSP, right? It seems that the kid Yuntian has made great progress in his sword intent since he rushed to the sword tower last time. Sword intent Xiaochang is the pinnacle, and it really dominates Wu Kei's side, and what he cultivates is Suan Jifeng's famous sword cannon of chasing the waves, low level, as for Wu Kei. In the end, Bai Yuezong was still a sword repair school, and there were many sword system techniques in the school. But there are fewer other exercises. Wu Kei suffered a big loss in the exercises. The two fight against each other, as expected, there is no accident. Although the fight was fierce, Ye Yuntian won in the end. Brother, please teach me to become stronger. On Qingxian Peak, Lang Yi looked firmly at Su Yun, who was resting on the wooden chair. Dabi enters the cyclical system, and tomorrow is the last one. Each disciple rested for a day, and then proceeded to the competition with the best posture. So far, Lang Yi kicked Su Qingling and cut Su Hao with the sword. Just the last game with Ye Yuntian. However, with her strength, she was still a bit worse than Ye Yuntian. So just after Su Yun's front foot came back, Lang Yi followed up with his back foot. Don't worry, come on, sit down, sister, are you tired from the test today? This is the first class tea that Uncle Su Ming gave me. This is the only one. Come and taste it. I don't like it. There is a wine from the head here. Would you like a drink? Chapter 59. After seeing Lang Yi's talent, each of these sect lords has been so excited. In Yukui's absence, Su Yun, as a big brother, presides over the work of King Xuanfeng. With a word of his, he can naturally determine Lang Yi's whereabouts. So, even Lin Tianchen couldn't help it. It is also an honor to be able to teach a peerless genius. Lang Yi hesitated for a moment. Brother, the final is coming. What's the hurry? On this day, can you still develop a great sword intent? Lang Yi shook his head. Sword intent Dachan is not so easy, let alone one day, give her another month, Lang Yi is not sure. That's not it. Su Yun smiled slightly, go, call your senior sister out, don't stay in the room all day to practice, your mind is silly, what is the name of the sentence, and work behind closed doors. Lang Yi thoughtfully. If it were in the past, she would feel that these were all the fallacies of Su Yun. An excuse for being lazy. It can be seen that knowing Su Yun's strength, I feel. The brother is too reasonable. Working behind closed doors. Drill the horns. These words came out one by one, as if to brainwash Lang Yi. She seems to be half of Su Yun's loyal fan now. Of course, the main reason is that Su Yun is too good, she can't see through. So mysterious, so powerful and handsome, how can you say something wrong? Not long after, Lu Juer was called over by Lang Yi. Brother, what's the matter? Lu Juer was full of breath, vaguely reaching the limit of breakthrough. Su Yun's eyelids twitched, what the did you cultivate for? Me. Lu Juer smiled, senior brother is so powerful, can't you tell? You girl, forget it. Su Yun shook his head and poured a cup of tea for each of them. Come, sit with me, brother. Lu Juer didn't refuse, and sat down to take a sip of tea. Good tea. Not bad, hee. When he thought of the painful look of the great elder, Su Yun knew that it would definitely not be bad. Sister Juer, let me tell you, today your little sister. Su Yun talked about the big competition, as if talking about daily routines. From time to time, he boasted a few pictures he had never seen before. Brother, isn't it? Lang Yi frowned, brother Wu Kei uses thunder sword technique, not thunderstorm knife technique, and the last move of brother Yuntian is not stray waves, but waves. Ahem. Su Yun gave a light cough. Where did he remember so clearly? Except for Lang Yi's game, there are a few clouds that he has been on for several days at other times. The corner of Lu Juer's mouth lightly raised, then next, who is junior sister Yi's opponent? Tomorrow's championship game, against senior brother Yet. Lang Yi glanced at Su Yun and said, I want senior brother to help me polish my sword intent. Speaking of which, I also want to be polished by senior brother. Lu Juer said softly. She is not joking. Even if the emperor is reborn and wants to control a trace of heaven, it will not be so easy to prove the emperor. The so-called posture of the great emperor refers to having the capital to be promoted to the great emperor, rather than having to control the way of heaven and become the emperor. From this point, we can see how enviable the natural Dao body is. Su Yun's return to the common mood made her feel a mysterious Taoism. Lu Jui'er wanted to take this opportunity to polish her own Taoism. In the dark, she felt that there was something missing in the middle youth realm. To prove this, she needs to try more. But hearing these words in Su Yun's ears, he always felt something wrong. The two lovely girls in my family want me to whip them. What can I do? Naturally, Su Yun took out the attitude he should have as a senior, and gave them a good meal. Reminder, the host feels the brother's fate, 5 times the crit reward, and the cultivation base increases by 50 years. Chapter 60. The next day, there was a loud voice in Baiuezong Square. In the last title battle, Lang Yi, the biggest dark horse in history, fought against Ye Yuntian, a genius disciple of the sect. Looking at the two people standing on the stage, everyone sighed again and again. Unexpectedly, junior sister Lang went all the way to the final. It's amazing. Yes, King Xuanfeng can be said to be famous this time. I heard that junior sister Lang has only joined the sect for a few months, is it true? It's true. When I saw Uncle Su Yun last time, I was alone in the setting sun chasing the light, and later I saw him, it was just 2 people walking in the setting sun day. Uncle Su Yun learned the art of clone. Stupid. The other is junior sister Lang. Fuck. The clown is myself. Of course, but this doesn't mean that junior sister Lang has only practiced for a few months. It makes sense. How can it be possible to master the sword intent for a few months? During the discussion, the two on stage saluted each. Lang Yi's eyes were cold, and after the referee announced the start, she immediately entered the state of selflessness. Seeing this scene, Su Yun smiled slightly. Chapter 31 comes to an end. Please ask the head third more, please support. If the surface strength is to be matched, Ye Yuntian will have to stand firm in every aspect. However, Su Yun found that there was a small problem in his battle. Start slowly. His sword intent seems to have a process from weak to strong. Just like water, it trickles at the beginning, to the creek, into the rivers and mountains, and then to the rushing sea. This kind of artistic conception can't tell whether it is good or bad. After all, once the momentum is successful, the power that bursts out is even more terrifying than the general mood. On the other hand, if it is suppressed at the beginning, it will be difficult to regain momentum. Therefore, after Su Yun finished polishing Lang Yi yesterday, one piece of advice to her is, go all out. Go all out from the start. Whoosh! Lang Yi stepped into the mood of selflessness and stabbed out with his sword. What? Was it such a fierce offensive from the beginning? If you can't attack for a long time, you will be in trouble if you are unable to succeed. Why is junior sister Lang so impatient? Among the disciples who watched the battle, there were expressions of doubt. On the side of the viewing platform, a group of elders showed their appreciation. It seems that the cold girl can see it too. Yes, although Yuntian's artistic conception is as unstoppable as the waves, once it rises, the attacks will be like waves one after another, and it is impossible to guard against. Well, not to mention the same level, even a cultivator with a higher cultivation level than Yuntian will be defeated by his heavy waves once he enters the rhythm of Yuntian. Naturally, they couldn't think of it, this was a small stove that Su Yun opened up. After all, above Qingxian Peak, there is an old brother and a big sister. Master is not there. Only the genius junior sister can be self-reliant. Broken waves. Ye Yuntian's expression remained unchanged, and he slashed out with his sword. The place where the blade passes is like a sword breaking a wave, causing a roar. However, Lang Yi's body method is too flexible. 9 steps with a sword step, although her strength can only step out 3 after images at a time. But still unpredictable. And Yuntian could only choose one of the 3 figures to attack, which was no different from a lottery. Unfortunately, he failed both draws. Lang Yi took advantage of the situation to get closer, and one shot was the strongest move. Sword of Giwan. With a soft drink. Countless sword shadows rushed away, entraining layers of artistic conception, shaking people's minds. Without him, without self artistic conception. This artistic conception, before it has formed a domain, it is difficult to directly affect others. You can fight directly with people, but the effect of artistic conception collision is extremely obvious. Scare. Yuntian was taken aback. What kind of sword intent is this?